Chapter 922. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once again appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. Nighttime. A huge bonfire. Surrounding the bonfire, beastmen were dancing wildly, letting out wild beastly roars. This was a carnival. A bloody celebration after the hunt. Fang Yuan looked around calmly. He once again transformed into a human child who was tied up with his hands behind his back. Many boys and girls were in the same situation as him. "Oh no, we are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten." The children cried, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "I want the wind, not grass." The beastman celebration was at its climax. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted. At once, the beastly roars stopped, all the beastmen stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The enormous pressure caused the human children to go silent like cicadas in the winter and shiver, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he shouted again. The beastman leader snorted angrily, ordering with surging killing intent, "Give it to him. Little brat, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you accidentally damage the stalk of the grass, I will use my nose to crush your delicate body into meat paste." An elephant trunk beastman walked over, handing the wind not grass to Fang Yuan, threatening him in an evil tone. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at the wind not grass in his hand. He raised his head. "One? How can that be enough? Give me as many wind not grass as there are human captives here. I want to remove all the wind not grass and save them all." Immediately, gasps could be heard. Be it the beastmen or the children around Fang Yuan. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After a short moment of shock, the beastmen started to laugh. The faces of the children, who had just been filled with hope and excitement, were now filled with worry and despair. Soon, all the wind not grass was piled up at Fang Yuan's feet. The height of the entire pile was several times that of Fang Yuan's current height. It was an impossible task to use one's own strength to remove all the wind not grass in an extremely limited amount of time. Other than Fang Yuan, no one believed that he would succeed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to dismantle the wind not grass. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. This unique immortal killer move used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery as the core, with many Dream Path Mortal Goo as supplementary. When Fang Yuan used it now, the effect was extremely good. But even though Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, the other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended as the killer move was activated. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off before. Basically, he would squeeze out some time every day to explore his dreams. He painstakingly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. These Dream Path Mortal Goo were accumulated, they could be used now. As the saying goes, opportunities are left to those who are prepared. I finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. This time he was not thrown out of the dream realm, he finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. So, to pass the first stage of the dream realm, he had to save all the children. Even though Fang Yuan had tried earlier, he was too late. In the original dream realm's trajectory, a portion of the children were killed by the elephant trunk beastman. The elephant trunk beastman obeyed the beastman leader's orders and brought the children here. But he purposely made a mistake. He smashed the tree trunk on the ground. The tree trunk crushed many of the bound children to death, their flesh and blood were snatched by the beastmen. They were all devoured. Even though this was not in accordance with the beastman tradition, it was still an exception. The elephant trunk beastman was a famous warrior in the beastman tribe, the beastman leader and the rest tolerated his actions. When Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nether soul grass, he understood this and saved all the human children. He finally succeeded and entered the second stage of the dream realm. After passing the first stage, my wisdom path attainment level is likely to reach master level. Earlier, I used Unravel Dream frequently and expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. I need to save them carefully. It is a pity that I went to that spring dream fruit tree based on the information I obtained from Mo Yao's will. But half a year ago this tree was cut down by an ignorant mortal. Otherwise with this tree I would have at least 10 times more Dream Path Mortal Goo now. The first stage should be derived from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood memories. It might have been a regret in her entire life. By saving all the children, I have made up for this regret, thus I successfully passed the first stage. Then what will happen in the second stage? Fang Yuan suppressed his thoughts as he looked at the dream realm around him. This was a mountain. In the silent night sky, sparse starlight shone. It was like summer, warm winds blew gently, bringing with them the fragrance of the lush forest. The sound of the mountain stream, the rustling of the wind, and the singing of the nightingales mixed together, forming a heavenly melody that could not be described with words. Compared to the bloody, cruel and dangerous first stage, the second stage was gentle like water. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Let's go, what are you waiting for? As long as we make it past 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, we will obtain Lord Immortal Venerable's personal inheritance. If we become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we will learn skills and become experts. At that time we will take revenge for our loved ones and kill all of those damn beastmen. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and urged him to hurry up. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and started to urge him. There are records of this in history as well. The first ranked Jianghu immortal in human history, known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He knew the drawbacks of the tribe system. In order to create a sect system, he set an example. He had set up starboards in many places. As long as I make 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, I will become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed his companions. They climbed to the peak together. There he saw the famous starboard chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a huge, flat boulder. On the rock surface, there were lines that cut horizontally, cut vertically, or inserted diagonally. Every time a breeze blew past, these lines would flash with traces of azure starlight. When Fang Yuan got closer, these starlight lines would pass through his eyes. It floated up in his mind. At the same time, his soul expenditure increased by dozens of times. Many of his companions stopped moving, some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He finally got close to the rock. He slowly stretched out his palm and placed it on the rock surface. There was a loud bang. His ears buzzed. He was hallucinating. Those traces of starlight lines. They suddenly expanded into many streets. And Fang Yuan's body was shining with starlight. He had already turned into a star chess piece. He stopped in the middle of these interweaving starlight paths. Starboard chessboard. Fang Yuan observed for a while, his forehead filled with cold sweat. He considered for a long time. He took a step hesitantly. At the next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm, returning to his body. His soul was heavily injured. He made a wrong step. He lost the entire game. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was about to fall. This time his soul was injured. It was even more serious than Feng Kim Huang's injury. He almost lost half his life. The second dream realm. It is 100 times more dangerous than the first. Fang Yuan's face flashed with shock, but he soon calmed down. However, I have already passed the first stage. My gains are huge. My wisdom path attainment has indeed reached master level. I still have plenty of time, no rush. I will use Guts Gu to recuperate before exploring. Just as Fang Yuan was recuperating on the other side of the manifested dream realm, Feng Kim Hong had just finished recuperating. He opened his eyes and wanted to try again. Why did the dream realm shrink again? And it has shrunk by a lot. It is almost a third now. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open. Fang Yuan passed the first stage. His gains were huge. The first stage of the manifested dream realm was gone forever. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nutrients, nourishing Fang Yuan. Don't tell me someone got here first and succeeded? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts changed. He laughed lightly. How can that be? Mother used the sex power to deduce. She confirmed that I am the only dream path immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems that this dream realm is very special. It will fade with time. I need to hurry. Feng Kim Hong squinted, activating Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Dream Wings flapped, bringing her soul deep into the dream realm. Once she entered, Feng Kim Hong was overjoyed. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. Great, I don't have to face those damned wind not grass anymore. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was jumping around happily in the dream realm. But a moment later, Feng Kim Hong returned in defeat. Her broken soul returned to her body. Her face was pale as paper. The wind not grass is gone, but there is an even more complicated astrolabe chessboard. She looked at the dream realm in front of her hatefully. The manifested dream realm had a solid form. It was shining with 7 beautiful colors. It was luxurious and mysterious. Anger and grievance filled her heart, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Kim Hong had gained many benefits in the dream realm. With Dream Wings Immortal Gu in her hands, she had a feeling of, dream realms are nothing more than this, and underestimated the enemy. In all of history she had never suffered such a huge setback. Facing this dream realm, she had already spent several days. She had suffered dozens of injuries. but she had no gains at all. Star constellation immortal venerable, I will remember you. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth, her eyes rolled as she fainted on the spot, unable to endure her injuries. Time passed quickly, it was already the agreed time limit. All the Gu masters who entered the fragment worlds came out, returning to their respective sects Gu immortals to report. Soon the immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and He Fengyang. In this competition, Crane Gate took the lead. Not only did they get the meat, they did not even leave any soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan did not want to stay for long. After completing the transaction with He Fengyang, he left this valley with the dragonfish. Chapter 923. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Blood-colored light lingered in the underground cave. The faint blood-colored light came from the blood-colored Ganoderma forest growing in the cave. These blood-colored Ji trees were growing freely, they were all mutated from normal Ji trees. Originally, Ji trees were not suitable to grow in Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Tang earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained more blood path Dao marks, the entire Blessed Land's environment changed, it was very suitable for some blood path life forms to grow. Thus, the weak Ji trees instead mutated into blood Ji trees, they flourished in the underground cave, becoming extremely luxuriant. And previously, Who Immortal Blessed Land's boundless water chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers and others were all gone. Comparing the two situations, it was like the merciless world, the vicissitudes of life. Fang Yuan was sitting under a huge blood Ji tree. At this moment he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. Earlier when he was outside, he had used Xing Xiangzi's identity and vaguely familiar face to disguise himself. Right now he was in Who Immortal Blessed Land, his own headquarters, he did not need to expend immortal essence to maintain his transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was currently in his immortal zombie form. He had 8 arms, a green face, red eyes, he was 6 meters tall and had protruding fangs. Cold light flickered in the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with the deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, it was the crystallization of time, it was very moving. It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce appearance. Thinking back to the meditation earlier, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air again, he sighed softly, this time's harvest is too huge. It is truly too huge. He could not help but sigh at this point, because in this dream realm exploration Fang Yuan had actually reached Grandmaster attainment level in both Star Path and Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only allowed Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level to soar, it even raised his Star Path attainment level. This had greatly shocked Fang Yuan back then. Grandmaster attainment level. What did that mean? Fang Yuan's past life and this life, 500 years of ups and downs. He was only a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, the Blood Path Grandmaster was Fang Yuan's main path in his previous life. He had accumulated 500 years of experience in his previous life. As for Strength Path Grandmasters, they cultivated both in their previous life and in their current life. Therefore, with the foundation that he had accumulated in his previous life in this life, he mainly benefited from the immortal ascension tribulation and the opportunity to seek guidance from the heaven and earth. Secondly, there was He Lolan's dream. And so on and so forth. This was the result of accumulation. Fang Yuan had spent all his effort in both his previous and current lives, and it took him 500 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. This time he only explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once. In less than half a month's time he obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster realms. There seemed to be nothing in the Master realm. But Fang Yuan knew in his heart that the rewards were unimaginable. Could even be said. It was much more valuable than Who Immortal Blessed Land. What we've gained this time will be for a period of time in the future. It will give me a huge boost and I can directly break out of the predicament. Generally speaking, the law of development was accumulation, gradual development, continuous accumulation, gradual improvement, and finally, when the conditions were right, success would follow. However, a fortuitous encounter or a windfall would bring about explosive growth. They could directly jump over the current deadlock and save a lot of time. They could forcefully break through the current situation and achieve extraordinary results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had blazed his way through thistles and thorns, advancing bravely and diligently. He had many harvests that were of great help to him, allowing him to break through his current predicament. Liquorworm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity, All Out Effort Goo, Gu Immortal Blessed Land of Three Kings Mountain Second Aperture Gu, becoming a Strength Path Gu Immortal, communicating with nature, Wisdom Gu. Apart from that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous improvements and gains, but none of them could be considered as breaking the stalemate. However, after this trip to the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained another achievement, which was the Dual Master Realm. Among them, Wisdom Gu might be a rank 9 Immortal Gu, but it was only in agreement with Fang Yuan. It did not belong to Fang Yuan and could not be used to a high degree. On the other hand, attainment level was something that belonged to the Gu Immortal. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the Dual Master Realm was even more valuable than Wisdom Gu. Looking at the trajectory of my rebirth, this time's breakthrough could be said to be the greatest harvest. But the whole process was instead very easy, unprecedentedly easy. This made Fang Yuan sigh at the mysteriousness of life. Of course, there were also guesses. Was this harvest related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation had been much smoother. The feeling of his attainment level rising, especially when both of them rose to Grandmaster Realm, this feeling could be said to be indescribably wonderful and incomparable. Just like the previous Fang Yuan, when he looked out the window he could only see a fake mountain, and the potholes on the fake mountain as well as the grass and moss. Right now, Fang Yuan had ascended several steps and was looking from a high vantage point. He was looking down from a bird's eye view, observing the fake mountain that once occupied most of his vision. He found that the fake mountain now was as small as a pebble on his feet. He could see further and his perception became deeper. Attainment level, this word was hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even in the mature Gu Master cultivation world, there were many different opinions on this, and it was hard to unify them. Fang Yuan's soul originated from Earth. This difference allowed him to have a different understanding of the word attainment level. The so-called attainment level is like solving math problems. Solving one math problem after another, and after answering correctly, accumulating experience, slowly obtaining the essence and comprehension, the attainment level will increase. With this attainment level, if I encounter similar math problems again, I can quickly solve them and get the correct answer. If I encounter a different math problem, I can comprehend it by analogy and solve it. Thus, some of the cultivation problems that Fang Yuan faced because of his attainment level were solved to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's usage of Wisdom Gu was only superficial. His usage method was simple and crude. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, he had many inspirations and ideas. He could try to add some supplementary Gu worms to make greater use of Wisdom Gu. Another example was modifying Gu recipes. A long time ago, Fang Yuan had tried to modify Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu's recipes, but because of his low Wisdom Path attainment level, his attempts failed and he encountered bottlenecks, unable to break through. After that, he successfully modified Star Thought Gu's recipe, but it was only by using Starlight Immortal Gu from top to bottom. It could not be considered his true ability. Now, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that he could modify these Gu recipes. And he could modify them very well. From this point, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could recreate an incomplete inheritance. For example, the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained earlier contained Memory Thought Gu, Recall Immortal Gu's recipe, and several mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan could use his Grandmaster attainment level to deduce, recreate, and even restore this inheritance to a certain extent. Gu recipes could be modified. Killer moves could also be modified. Myriad Self, vaguely familiar face, they were all within the range of his abilities. There were also battlefield killer moves that Fang Yuan had been searching for, but now Fang Yuan had the foundation to create his own battlefield killer moves. Another example was the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. Previously, Fang Yuan's plan required a lot of resources. Now that his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had both risen, he only needed to slightly optimize the construction plan. This would save him 300,000 Immortal Yuan stones worth of construction costs. And the effect of this optimization plan was even more ideal and outstanding than the previous plan. Expanding on that, the raising of hairy men, the 8 economic pillars, the use of Gu Immortal Souls, Gu Pai Blessed Lands ownership, all of these had new prospects. Attainment level increase. It was quite special. In other words, the increase in attainment level would bring about a comprehensive increase in all aspects. A Gu Master's cultivation would be renewed, they would have broad prospects, and their overall strength would rise sharply. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the 5 regions' time. 2 wills were entangled and fighting intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will had a huge advantage. It was almost like he was toying with Mo Yao's will. How can this be? How did your strength rise by so much? Mo Yao's will shouted in shock and anger. Before this, when Fang Yuan used the same amount of will to compete with Mo Yao's will in terms of pure will, they were evenly matched. He was even slightly weaker. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment had reached Grandmaster level. He only used a third of his will and Mo Yao's will was screaming in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, suppressing Mo Yao's will to the point where she could not turn the situation around. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a target. I learned the technique of competing with her wills in battle. Right now, my vision was far above this will. Many techniques came into being naturally because of this. Mo Yao's will has already lost the qualifications to be my sparring partner. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan retracted his will. He finally placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and came to Eastern Sea, working together with Shark Demon and the rest to explore Yulu Blessed Land. The former heavenly moat, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was already traceable in the eyes of the Wisdom Path Grandmaster Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought that he needed Wisdom Path Immortal Gustar thought to have a chance of solving 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, during the process of solving the battlefield killer move, he still had the time to be distracted and secretly spar with Mo Yao's will. And most importantly, after more than 10 days of dismantling in the Blessed Land, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the rest were finally about to solve 8 Doors Labyrinth. 8 Doors Labyrinth is about to be cleared. To think that this Xingxiangzi had suddenly become so powerful. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final round of Yulu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom. With a deafening sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was completely solved by Fang Yuan. The true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land was shown to the immortals. Chapter 924. After breaking through the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone's vision widened as they saw the true scene of Yulu Blessed Land. Only to see that the sky was filled with flowing lights that resembled silks of silk or streams. Some were flowing slowly while others were rippling. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. Every type of flowing light had a bright color. All sorts of dazzling lights shone on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest did not speak. The mystical scene in front of them made them show expressions of excitement and amazement. This Yulu Blessed Land was very different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had sky and earth, grass and trees, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects and fish. But here there was nothing. Yulu Blessed Land was very special. It was just a vast space without the concept of heaven and earth. There were no living beings, and there was no accumulation of resources for Gu immortals to cultivate. Maybe, it is because of this special Yulu Blessed Land that it can create battlefield killer moves of different paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves and blessed lands and grotto heavens conflicted. Very few Gu immortals would create battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to form Dao marks to create a temporary battlefield environment. And the foundation of a grotto heavens or blessed land was Dao marks. Different Dao marks conflicted with each other. When Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Qin Bai Sheng and the rest, Land Spirit of Langya did not use a battlefield killer move to resist. That was because creating battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. It was an act of internal strife that was asking for trouble. However, Yulu Blessed Land went against the common sense of cultivation. In Fang Yuan's case, in the process of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he had experienced freezing rain, frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth, these 3 battlefield killer moves. These 3 were clearly immortal killer moves of different paths. Gu immortals would not normally be able to use any of them. They were used in immortal apertures. But in Yulu Blessed Land, not only were these 3 used, they did not conflict with the Blessed Land, they even seemed to complement each other. Fair Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. It is not strange for her immortal aperture Blessed Land to have such a phenomenon. Su Baiman stared ahead after a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although we've lost a lot of resources. But if he could understand Fair Yulu's technique, it will allow us to set up battlefield killer moves in our immortal apertures. It is a huge gain. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. Right at this time, a Gu immortal suddenly pointed at a direction and shouted, "Look, immortal Gu!" Everyone followed the direction of the Gu immortal's finger. Zhang Xian quickly turned his gaze over. There was indeed a Gu worm with a unique shape. The insect's body was long and slender like a branch. Countless thin golden wings were fluttering on its body. The entire goo worm was like a slender golden willow branch. This goo worm quickly burrowed into the colorful flowing lights and disappeared. But at this moment, the aura of the immortal goo was unmistakable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn and their breathing quickened, but they weren't too surprised. There were naturally immortal goo left in Yulu Blessed Land. If there were no immortal goo, how would they set up those battlefield killer moves earlier? Even though Yulu Blessed Land did not have any resources, there were so many battlefield killer moves, there were bound to be many immortal goo. Shark Demon suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though most of the gains here had to be given to Zombie Alliance. But he was in charge of the strategy, he would get the largest share. He could get 1 or 2 immortal goo from them. Besides that, after successfully taking down Yulu Blessed Land, he would get a huge amount of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If he could find an immortal goo that suited him, Shark Demon would definitely keep it for himself. This was the benefit of being in a favorable position. If he could find some mystical immortal goo that could help Shark Demon and Subaiman get rid of their immortal zombie status and become living people again, that would be the best. Getting rid of immortal zombies and regaining life. Not only did Fang Yuan have this hope, Shark Demon and Subaiman were also working hard for it. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, the people around him congratulated him. Subaiman had a subtle smile on his face. After Shark Demon and Subaiman took the mission to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they had invested a huge amount. They had almost used up all their assets. Even though it could not be seen on the surface, Shark Demon and Subaiman felt immense pressure in their hearts. Now, they were finally seeing returns from their huge investment. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, they would be able to recoup all their investment. Shark Demon and Subaiman were overjoyed, the burden in their hearts had been lifted. After Yulu Blessed Land has been conquered, everyone here will be rewarded. Not a single one of you will be missing, and according to your contributions, there will be no bias. Shark Demon said solemnly after he finished laughing. Everyone nodded, they did not want to arouse suspicion. They asked Shark Demon and Subaiman to take action. With such huge benefits in front of them, it was hard to guarantee that no goo immortal would do something rash. Shark Demon's words were both a consolation and a warning. His words were implicit, but everyone could hear them clearly. Alright everyone, just wait and see. Shark Demon did not hesitate, he immediately took action. With a thought, his body abruptly turned into a stream of water. The torrent pierced through the air, flying towards the golden willow branch-like immortal goo that had just appeared. Everyone watched as Shark Demon approached the immortal goo, but suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a stunned expression. What happened? Subaiman asked in bewilderment. Shark Demon shook his head, saying in an uncertain tone, "There seems to be another battlefield killer move?" Next, everyone tried one after another, but there was no breakthrough. It verified Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is far more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did you guys notice, every time we are transported back, we are always at our original location. Every inch of our original location. Nothing has changed. This scene, I'm afraid it's the legendary biding your time. The Goo Immortals discussed and came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It stopped everyone from advancing. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was personally created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. An Immortal Venerable's creation was no small matter. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a gentle and honest nature. He was different from the other 9 rank 9 Goo Immortals. He had a benevolent nature. He did not like to kill since young. He often subdued people with virtue, subduing them without fighting. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation, as long as they had battle intent or evil thoughts, they would be unable to move forward, unable to move an inch. Back then, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Goo Immortal, he used this move to subdue the famous rank 7 Sound Path Goo Immortal Gao Ming. That battle. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood still. He only used battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Gao Ming used all his methods and exerted all his strength, but he could not get close to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The result of this battle made the arrogant Gao Ming completely lose his temper. After that, he followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and became his guard. Since it is related to thoughts, we might as well seal our minds and enter a state of no thoughts for now. Fang Yuan said. It was not difficult to enter a state of no thoughts. Gu immortals all had some wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as 7-star child. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. But everyone's subsequent attempts still ended in failure. Some Gu immortals' wisdom path methods were not outstanding. In the process of moving forward, their desires and emotions would be evoked, breaking the state of no thoughts. Only a few Gu immortals, including Fang Yuan. They could enter a state of no thoughts for now. But here came the crucial problem. Since he had nothing to think about, why would he want to capture Gu worms? Every movement of the body was caused by every thought and thought in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stop moving on the spot. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move to activate. The Gu immortal would stop moving on the spot. No wonder back then, Gu immortal Gao Ming was dejected and willingly became a guard for the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. To break through such a barrier, it is very, very, very difficult. But Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us. No doubt this is the final line of defense. Unfortunately, we can only stop here. We can see it but not obtain it. Maybe this is the intention of Fairy Yulu's arrangement. She purposely let us see hope, to draw out our thoughts and desires, to increase the difficulty of the battlefield killer move. If there is no other way, we can only retreat and ask for reinforcements. Su Baiman suggested with a frown. Shark Demon looked ahead and did not speak. Previously he had invited a wisdom path Gu immortal, but he lost an immortal Gu, thus he did not have a good impression of this suggestion. At the crucial moment, his own people were the most reliable. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had now joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He could be considered one of them. Shark Demon asked, 7-star child, do you have any ideas? If you do, use them. Don't worry, you will definitely be rewarded. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To break this battlefield killer move, it is both difficult and easy. Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. He said slowly, everyone, don't be scared by the name of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, unmoving troops in front of us has no one controlling it. The difficulty of breaking it is like heaven and earth. That makes sense. Indeed. A battlefield killer move with a Gu immortal controlling it can change the formation continuously and compensate for the damage. But a battlefield killer move without a Gu immortal controlling it is like a dead object. Everyone felt hope and joy from Fang Yuan's words. But Fang Yuan's following words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on them. It is relatively easy to break a battlefield killer move without a person controlling it. But for me, it is extremely difficult to break this one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions collapsed. They looked at Fang Yuan with unfriendly gazes. One of the Gu immortals said in annoyance, 7-star child, you are talking nonsense. Just say that you can't do anything. But you are sparing us so much. Are you trying to make fun of us? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at Shark Demon. Shark Demon had no expression on his face, but it could be guessed that his mood was not good. Fang Yuan stopped laughing. He bowed to Shark Demon and said solemnly, how can I make fun of you? I cannot make bricks without straw. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I have complete confidence in breaking the battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Chapter 925. Shark Sea Undersea Palace. Delicacies were placed all over the table. The fragrance of wine permeated the air and the lights were bright. At the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were sitting at the main seats. They warmly welcomed the two Gu immortals in the hall. These two Gu immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Ever since they ran into a wall in Yulu Blessed Land, they knew there was no point in staying for long. Shark Demon and the rest wisely retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had intended to leave, but they were invited by Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Speaking of which, this was the second time Fang Yuan was invited to Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. After drinking a cup of wine, Shark Demon put down the cup and looked at Fang Yuan. He suddenly asked, Xingxiang Zi, are you really so confident in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought, here it comes. Earlier, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had been chatting with him, but he did not speak first. Shark Demon was impatient. He finally spoke first and got to the main topic. Immediately, Fang Yuan replied with a serious expression, Lord Shark Demon, you also know some details about me. I have inherited a complete wisdom path inheritance. Recently, I have comprehended many profundities and unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move. But all along, I did not have a suitable wisdom path immortal goo. My methods are limited and my strength is insufficient. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal goo that I like, I can definitely unravel the unmanned unmoving troops. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing also added, I have known brother Xing Xiangzi for so many years, I know he is not a person who makes empty promises and exaggerates. Since he says he is confident, then he definitely has confidence. I can vouch for that. Su Baiman was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yunxing's guarantee. She looked at the person involved, Fang Yuan, and asked, if you have a wisdom path immortal goo, can you guarantee that you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Taking a step back in order to advance, he purposely smiled bitterly. How can I guarantee that? This was related to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He was one of the 10 supreme great experts in the long river of history. It would be normal if there was an accident. But for now, just the part that I have shown, if I had the help of a wisdom path immortal goo, I would not be able to do so. The chances of breaking it are quite high. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other. In his heart, he was angry at Fang Yuan's slipperiness, but he was also tempted. There was no other way. They had suffered before. He had once paid a huge price to invite other wisdom path goo immortals to help him. The result was not ideal, he even lost an immortal goo. As for Xing Xiangzi, after all they had worked together for so many times and they knew quite a bit about each other. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He could be considered as one of them. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's first choice was Fang Yuan. But it was difficult to help Fang Yuan refine the immortal goo. The cost of refining immortal goo was very high, and the chances of success were too low. It depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they could succeed on the first try. Then everyone would be happy. However, such a situation was extremely rare. If one's luck was bad, there was a possibility of failure. At that time, even if a mountain of immortal yuan stones was piled up, they would only be squandered, there would be no gains. This was also the reason why most goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than refine immortal goo themselves. Immortal goo refinement was difficult. In the current cultivation world, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo, they could only use mortal goo to keep up appearances. Fang Yuan was an exception. He had many immortal goo. If it was exposed, no one might believe it. But he had rebirth, coincidences, a narrow escape from death, and under all kinds of harsh conditions, he had obtained so many immortal goo. Shark Demon and the rest did not know Fang Yuan's background, but they were well aware of Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on Shark Demon and Su Baiman, using them to refine a wisdom path immortal goo for him. From Shark Demon and the rest's point of view, Fang Yuan could not afford this cost. He did not have the foundation to refine immortal goo, thus he turned his attention to them. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely scoff in disdain. What a joke. How stupid would he be to help others refine immortal goo? But in this situation, Shark Demon insisted on asking Fang Yuan to help him unravel the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon was muttering this question in his mind. Did Xing Xiangzi deceive him? Was he using this to threaten him? Even without the immortal goo, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation. He did not speak, he only drank his wine. Right now, the timing was perfect. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Earlier, the timing was not right, but now that Yulu Blessed Land was right in front of him, it was like a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of him. It stirred up Shark Demon's desire. It was a great help to Fang Yuan. As long as they broke through Motionless Army, Shark Demon and the rest would obtain hundreds of times more benefits than what they invested in. Of course, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of taking everything for himself. But he was not strong enough, he could not even beat Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a senior rank 7 immortal zombie. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, he was not outstanding among rank 7 goo immortals. However, this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. Shark Demon could not pass this hurdle, not to mention Su Baiman and the other goo immortals. As for the zombie alliance behind Shark Demon, there was no need to even mention it. To a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat. Fang Yuan was calm and rational, he knew his own limits. After assessing the situation, he decided to participate and get a share of the loot, trying to extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank his third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already finished their discussion. They quickly came to a consensus. They decided to sponsor Fang Yuan and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Even if Fang Yuan pretended to threaten them, they would accept it. They did not even want Fang Yuan to swear an oath or use goo worms to probe his true strength. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were not fools. Other than attacking Yulu Blessed Land, they were at the most crucial juncture. They could not afford any mistakes and needed Fang Yuan's help. The two of them had another layer of meaning. That was to befriend Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path potential was completely worth their investment. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were rare. The friendship of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was extremely precious. But just as Shark Demon was about to agree, suddenly, a change occurred. The vast sea water shook intensely, there was a thunderous explosion, the endless chaotic sea currents surged towards the underwater palace. Next there was a blinding light. Fire shot down from the sea surface, it had an earth-shattering might. It directly landed on Shark Demon's underwater palace. Rumble. There was a loud sound. The magnificent underwater palace shone with the radiance of a defensive goo formation. The radiance lasted for less than a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire. In an instant, rocks and bricks flew everywhere, the palace turned into ruins, the fire was still burning and could not be extinguished even by the seawater. The pleasant banquet earlier was completely ruined, boundless seawater surged over. All the decorations in the banquet were washed away, and Fang Yuan and the others were quickly drowned. But the four of them were Gu Immortals, they had no problem surviving in the depths of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he did not need to breathe in the sea. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sea in the sky. He shouted furiously, "How dare you? Who dares to attack my Shark Demon sea area?" Su Baiman also stood beside Shark Demon, also looking up. His expression was dark. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. Shark Demon had extraordinary strength, and with Su Baiman by his side, he could advance and retreat at will. This group was already very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, they had Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as their backing. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It had great strength. It was a huge force, surpassing even super clans. It could be called the overlord of Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Who was it that directly attacked Shark Demon of Zombie Alliance? Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. "This is just a small appetizer. I will not only tear down your palace, I will also beat the two of you until you can't even stand up." The tone was extremely arrogant and domineering, and from the voice, it was a female immortal? It's her? Su Baiman was the first to hear the voice, his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked and solemn expression. A bright red figure descended from the sky, descending into the sea and pressing towards the 4 people at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that this female immortal was descending at an extremely fast speed. Her whole body was burning with raging flames. The flames flickered in the water. As for the female immortal's true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan squinted, adding in his mind, more accurately speaking, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately after, Shark Demon shouted and exposed the female immortal's identity. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone mad? You dare to attack your own people in Zombie Alliance? You are challenging the authority of Zombie Alliance, you will definitely be punished severely." Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he had heard of this name before. In fact, it was already very well known. Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8 Gu immortal from Northern Plains, she was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. When Fang Yuan infiltrated Northern Plains, he had heard other Zombie Alliance members talking about or discussing her. They all praised and admired Blazing Heaven Demoness' fierce battle strength, as well as her domineering style. To think that he would meet this person in such a manner. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was shrouded in flames, raised her head and laughed loudly. "Shark Demon, don't make things up. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. But what is your intention in stealing this old mother's immortal materials?" Su Baiman was just about to reprimand Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was the first to accuse him. He could not help but be shocked. Shark Demon shouted, "Bullshit. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, find a more reliable reason. These days, I have been working hard for Zombie Alliance and attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Where would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are purely looking for trouble." Blazing Heaven Demoness was not flustered, she was instead full of confidence as she laughed loudly. Ha, I naturally brought a witness and material evidence this time. Shark Demon, you cannot deny it. Chapter 926. On the sea and under the sea, the two sides confronted each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Greater than over equal to 4 all. A moment ago, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest were still chatting happily. But at the next moment, they were attacked. Shark Demon's underwater palace was turned into ruins. As the saying goes, a person sits at home but disaster comes from the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. The latter transmitted, Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, we cannot match her. Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunxing's meaning. He wanted to wait and see. At the level of Gu Immortals, the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon, and Su Baiman worked together and cooperated with sincerity, disregarding sacrifices, they might not be able to last more than a few rounds against Blazing Heaven Demoness. This was an absolutely strong enemy. Basically, rank 8 Gu Immortals could only be resisted by rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this. Thus, even if his base was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. According to Shark Demon's temper, if his lair was raided, he would have long since risen in revolt. But the one in front of him was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Thus, no matter how bad Shark Demon's temper was, he had to hold it in. He knew that he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal's match. The best way to resolve this situation was to use Zombie Alliance's rules to negotiate. Blazing Heaven Demoness had already violated Zombie Alliance's rules. How could she let her own people cause trouble for her own people? Such wanton attacks, she was simply treating Zombie Alliance like nothing. But Blazing Heaven Demoness showed a confident smile. Shark Demon, isn't it easy to get evidence? Budan, come out. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted again. Gu Immortal Budan came out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He stood out. He lowered his head with a bitter expression. He bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Baiman, I have no choice. Seeing Budan, Shark Demon's face darkened. His wife, Su Baiman, harumphed coldly too. She had some guesses about the sky-scorching Demoness plan. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scolding. Shark Demon, Su Baiman, you two instructed Budan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice. I was cultivating in seclusion and due to my carelessness, I actually let you get away with it. Today I'm here to seek justice. As it turned out, Budan had been living a miserable life. Although he was a living person, he had fallen to the point of joining Zombie Alliance. Prior to this, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had forcefully taken over his private waters. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea, using the identity of Xing Xiangzi. He joined Shark Demon's group to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Budan was a half-baked Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He did not have much ability. He was plotted against by Fang Yuan. To protect his position, he bribed Su Baiman and offered the rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice, in exchange for Su Baiman's good words. But Budan was too weak in the end. Shark Demon gradually distanced himself from him. Budan had no way out. He tried to use Zombie Alliance to pressure Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she could return his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert, the number 1 leader of Zombie Alliance's Northern Plains branch. She was a proper higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Budan's complaints and requests for help, they mainly tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for a mere Budan? Because of this, Budan's situation became even more miserable, until Fang Yuan unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move, causing a huge breakthrough in the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon's attack on Yulu Blessed Land had always been a huge matter. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, the huge benefits attracted Blazing Heaven Demoness greed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level and battle strength, she could not forcefully take the fruits of victory in Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was Zombie Alliance's headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent a message to Budan, pretending that she wanted to return his private sea area and give him some compensation. Budan had no fixed abode and was wandering from place to place. When he received this news, he was naturally overjoyed. But when he hurried back, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Bodan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, so of course he did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Subai Man either. He cried out in his heart that he had been tricked, and it was too late for regrets. But now that he had fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice. Eventually he was placed under house arrest by Blazing Heaven Demoness. She brought him along to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bodan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bodan was only a minor character, he was not the key. This kind of framing could not be investigated. Shark Demon suppressed the surging anger in his heart and said to Blazing Heaven Demoness with a cold smile, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, if you want to pluck the fruits, just say it. Why is there a need to implicate innocent people?" Subai Man also raised her voice, "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert after all, isn't it a little too unsightly for you to behave like this?" Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was not tenable. But it did not matter. She only needed a layer of skin and excuse. This excuse was only used to fool Zombie Alliance. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to submit. To force Shark Demon and his wife to submit, what was needed was not an excuse but strength. Therefore she had come here personally this time, burning with fighting spirit, and had taken the initiative to find trouble. Ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter gradually stopped. Her eyes shined with bright light as she looked at the bottom of the sea, saying, 3 moves. What? Subai Man was surprised. I will deal with you in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves from me, I will pretend that I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said solemnly. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed, "All right. Then let the 4 of us have a taste of your skills." Blazing Heaven Demoness' agreement of 3 moves gave Shark Demon some hope. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the situation was against him. He had to agree even if he did not want to. The weak did not have the right to choose. Tai Bai Yunxing frowned slightly. He did not want to make a move, but Shark Demon was crafty. With one sentence he included him and Fang Yuan on his side, standing against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was indifferent. His expression did not change. Subai Man transmitted to them, "Sirs, if we can survive this today, we will owe you a favor. As for the reward, we will definitely give it to you. We will ensure that you will be satisfied. We hope that you can support us fully." "Don't worry, we will do our best," Fang Yuan replied secretly. Actually, he had already made up his mind, he only needed to put on an act. This was a dangerous and disadvantageous thing. Only an idiot would do it. Subai Man nodded towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, gratitude flashing past his eyes. "I am a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, while Tai Bai Yunxing specializes in healing. Even if we make a difficult performance later, we will have sufficient reasons." Fang Yuan walked forward, standing together with Shark Demon and Subai Man, looking up at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly, following beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly, showing an indifferent expression. She stretched out her palm, opening her fingers. Whoosh! A soft sound could be heard. An orange-yellow flame suddenly rose from her palm. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, kneading the orange-yellow flame. This orange-yellow flame was extraordinary. It was extremely flexible. Blazing Heaven Demoness kneaded it, it felt like she was kneading a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame was kneading. It gradually formed into the shape of a little bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her palm. The little flame leaped out from the center of her palm. Next, it flapped its wings and chirped, circling around Blazing Heaven Demoness, chirping happily. Blazing Heaven Demoness played with the little fire bird. She did not attack, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Subai Man, Fang Yuan, or Tai Bai Yunxing, their expressions were extremely ugly. This little fire bird looked cute and lively, but in the eyes of these 4 Gu Immortals, it contained terrifying power. Once it was unleashed, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Not to mention the underwater palace, even the entire Shark Sea, the countless living creatures, and the vast expanse of seawater would be completely wiped out by the attack. A rank 8 Gu Immortal was not someone rank 6 or 7 could resist. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this first move, Shark Demon and the others had no confidence in taking it. "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder what this move of yours is called?" After a moment of silence, Shark Demon spoke. He was in low spirits, his voice was slightly hoarse. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. "Hundreds of years ago, I was not careful in my cultivation. Anger attacked my heart and I almost lost my life. When I was resting, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joking name caused Shark Demon to be stunned, and at the same time, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness did this on purpose. She wanted to display her strength and force Shark Demon and the others to lower their heads. This method was very crude, but Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering aura and was straightforward, and most importantly, her cultivation level and battle strength made it very effective. This was just the first move, but Fang Yuan and the others had already lost their will to fight. But Shark Demon was still persevering. He said to the three beside him, "You three retreat for now, I will deal with this first move." Before Fang Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, "What a good Angry Bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please?" Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned. She squinted and said in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat." Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness killer move was extremely powerful. Even if the four of them worked together, there was no hope. But now Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight. He was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? "Alright, I want to see where your courage comes from." Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer. With a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged. It was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. Chapter 927. The aura was vast and surging. Everyone's gazes were attracted. The tide surged along with the aura. Countless currents were generated, like countless giant serpents, moving swiftly on the bottom of the sea in groups. Whirlpools of undercurrents formed at the same time, increasing in number and increasing in number. Very soon, there were hundreds and thousands of dangerous undercurrent whirlpools, covering the nearby sea. "This is..." Tai Bai Yunxing exclaimed in shock. "Immemorial desolate beast." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he spat out the truth. "Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences that could match rank 8 Gu immortals." Shark Demon and Su Baiman's gazes shone as they stared at the center of the aura. There, the immemorial desolate beast's figure was gradually appearing. The enemy's situation was unclear. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but slow down her attacks. She willed and recalled the small fire bird back to her side. The tides rose and fell, the waves surged. The sea was filled with dangerous winds and fierce waves, while the undercurrents moved rapidly under the sea. After a few breaths of time, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast finally revealed its true appearance. This powerful primordial desolate beast was unexpectedly small in size. It was so small that it was only the size of an ordinary person's finger. This was a shark. It was very small and cute. It was about the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver radiance. This radiance was not dazzling. Instead, it was warm like water, like silk, gently wrapping around the little shark's body. Such a powerful aura, but its main body is like this. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed with a strange expression. But facing Blazing Heaven Demoness, the little shark showed a solemn expression. The little shark did not care about Fang Yuan, Shark Demon and the others behind it. The moment it appeared, it stared at Blazing Heaven Demoness with intense hostility. Shark Demon let out a breath of turbid air and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. "My plan succeeded by luck. Don't underestimate this little shark. It is a one-finger flow shark." "This is a one-finger flow shark?" Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised. His complexion changed and his eyes revealed obvious astonishment. Ordinary Gu immortals did not understand one-finger flow shark. But as a time path Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing, he had long heard of his great name. In fact, all time path Gu immortals basically knew a mantra: one-finger flow shark, instant of beauty. Providence is merciless. One-finger flow shark occupied the top position of the mnemonic chant. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was famous. It was a rank 8 desolate beast. He had an abundance of time path Dao marks, thus he could swim in the river of time with his body. This one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and doesn't reveal its true body. Because of an accident, the two of us were lucky enough to discover its traces. Later we asked for this sea area from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and finally created Shark Sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly laughed lightly. So that's how it is. No wonder the two of you exchanged for the Enslavement Path Grandmaster 180 Slaves Immortal Killer move from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was for the sake of using this Enslavement Path method to subdue this one-finger flow shark. Enslavement Path had always been about the upper enslaving the lower. For example, when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he used Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's identity to participate in the Imperial Court contest. During this period he used Myriad Beast King, Thousand Beast King and others to indirectly control the wolf army. After all, his sole foundation was limited. Enslavement Path Gu masters could not bring all wild beasts under their direct control. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the Enslavement Path Gu masters' control, and the greater the burden on the soul, making it harder for them to perform exquisite control. But this was not absolute. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence was undoubtedly the leader of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there had once been such an Enslavement Path Grandmaster. His early years were full of ups and downs. He was born as a slave and had a low status. He used every opportunity and every risk to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was 180 slaves. A genius of a generation. Ordinary Enslavement Path would have the upper enslaving the lower. But he did the exact opposite, subduing the upper. This was not without reason. For example, the emperor was the ruler of the world. He had power over life and death. He was high above. But sometimes the people were united. The emperor would also be bound by the will of the people, and would have no choice but to do things that went against his will. Facing Blazing Heaven Demoness guess, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed correctly, that is indeed the case. I have been managing the shark group in this sea area because I wanted to use the shark group to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my Enslavement Path attainment level is insufficient, and I do not have the Immortal Gu to form the killer move lower subduing the upper, so I have not succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon's goal was huge, and his ambition was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but he wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Sure enough, none of those who could become Gu immortals were simple. If he really succeeded, then with such a subordinate, Shark Demon would be equivalent to half a rank 8 Gu immortal. His status would rise with the tide, and fame and benefits would come rolling in. At the current stage, although he had not succeeded, he had some results. At least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it did not even look at Shark Demon's side, and instead directed its hatred and anger towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also has several time path immortal Gu in its body." He said this to make Blazing Heaven Demoness retreat in the face of difficulties. This could not be considered exposing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was brimming with the aura of immortal Gu without concealment. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could clearly sense it, not to mention the rank 8 immortal zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. It is said that there are countless time path Gu worms living in the river of time. The one-finger flow shark can freely travel in the river of time. It is not strange that it has an immortal Gu now. Tai Bai Yunxing softly muttered in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. To obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he had to go deep into the river of time. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? One-finger flow shark was extremely rare. It was likely that even in the river of time, it was also not common. In short, this was a huge fortuitous encounter that could only be encountered and not sought. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Baiman spared no expense and spent countless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon's words made Blazing Heaven Demoness laugh loudly. Now that you mention it, my desire to make a move has become even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on external force to make me retreat? Win without a fight? Hee wishful thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, aiming at Shark Demon's position. It pounced down. It's here. Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the other two felt a chill in their hearts, their bodies tensed up and they were on full alert. The small fire bird seemed harmless, but its power was vast and extraordinary. However, in the blink of an eye, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, turning into a silver firefly as it pounced forward. Both were extremely fast in the blink of an eye. They had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and no explosion. At the moment of impact, a strange thing happened. The two sides that were flying at extreme speed suddenly came to a stop. From extreme speed to extreme stillness, in that instant the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird seemed to have become a painting on a pattern. Such a change made the spectators feel that it was very sudden. Soon after, Fang Yuan and the others saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, the tip of its small nose lightly touching the body of the small firebird. Then the one-finger flow shark made a very elegant leap, its whole body stepping over the small firebird, and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, the effect of stillness disappeared. The speed of the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird had already returned to their previous speed. But the former had already passed over the small firebird, and was heading straight for Blazing Heaven Demoness. The small firebird carried the one-finger flow shark on its back, and pounced towards Shark Demon and the others. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already been on guard for a long time. Seeing the small firebird approaching, they held their breath and gritted their teeth, wanting to resist. Fang Yuan was almost about to retreat, but right at this time the small firebird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc, changing its direction, turning around and chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon avoided this confrontation but turned pale with shock. This small firebird is simply like moving one's arm, moving according to one's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, it definitely has wisdom path methods mixed in. Fang Yuan analyzed at lightning speed in his mind. That scene just now should be the activation of a certain time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark. The immortal goo causes the flow of time within a certain range to become extremely slow. It seems like the two have turned from extremely fast to almost static, but in fact their speed has never changed. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly said. Su Baiman immediately nodded in agreement. Not only that. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark used the tip of its nose to touch the body of the small firebird, and at that moment the immortal goo's aura changed. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, but the effect is unknown. Just as he finished speaking, the effect appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed, because the small firebird that was chasing after the one-finger flow shark suddenly exploded. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. Flames were accompanied by surging air waves, fiercely erupting in all directions. In an instant, a vast area of seawater was evaporated, and countless living beings lost their lives on the spot. The whole sea surface was blasted into a hemispherical crater. When the small firebird exploded, it was already about to fly out of the sea. But the bottom of the crater actually touched the sand and mud at the bottom of the deep sea. Soon after, the surrounding seawater filled in, and the crater was no longer empty. Swoosh! Waves surged and huge waves rose up on the sea surface. The bottom of the sea rumbled, and the vision became extremely poor, becoming unrecognizable. Fang Yuan and the others were also in a sorry state, and had no choice but to fly out of the sea, hovering in the sky far away, continuing to watch the battle. The one-finger flow shark was like a silver arrow, shooting straight towards the Blazing Heaven Demoness face. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression froze. How could she dare to take it head-on? Humans were the spirit of all living beings, this saying was not false, but in terms of strength, recovery, speed and so on, humans were not outstanding among all living beings. Even if they became goo immortals, they often could not compare to desolate beasts. Chapter 928. The one-finger flow shark flew over. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a strength path goo immortal, but a fire path goo immortal. She knew she could not resist it. She had abundant battle experience, the sacrifice of the firebird was very valuable. Fang Yuan and the others could see a lot of information. Blazing Heaven Demoness was no exception. Fire path killer move, 5-finger flame chain. In an instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the wisest choice. Her figure flew back and at the same time her right palm opened, her 5 fingers turning into 5 thin and long flames, like whips or chains, twisting towards the one-finger flow shark. The 5 flame chains were just about to wrap around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene happened again. Around the body of the one-finger flow shark, time suddenly became extremely slow. As a time path desolate beast, the one-finger flow shark relied on its abnormal adaptability as well as its own deep time path Dao marks, but it was not restricted much. The 5 flame chains intertwined. But the one-finger flow shark moved its nimble body and swam through the small gaps. Using an inconceivable posture, it successfully got rid of all of them. Next, it caught up to Blazing Heaven Demoness and directly pierced through her forehead. The small shark body pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' head like a silver arrow. Success. Subaiman was pleasantly surprised. Shark Demon's eyes shone with ominous light. He could not help but become restless. Although the immortal zombie body did not have the fatal weakness of ordinary goo immortals, it still had its drawbacks. The mind was one of them. Immortal zombies' thinking speed was very slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to generate thoughts in their minds. To assist in thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although it was not fatal, it was still a heavy injury. If the 4 of us take the chance to attack. Shark Demon had such a thought as the one-finger flow shark turned around and shot back. It once again pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. Ain fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes on Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest were restored to normal. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was speechless. Such a powerful killer move, it can actually recover so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness clutched her chest and stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. She had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment he smiled and said, "Haha, interesting. So there are 3 time path immortal goo. 1 immortal goo can slow down time, 1 immortal goo can accelerate time, and 1 immortal goo can change my perception of time." Even though she did not know what the time path immortal goo was or what its limit was, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a rough guess. Before. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the fire bird and escaped from the 5-finger flame chain, it used its first time path immortal goo to delay time. As for accelerating time, he used the tip of his nose to poke the little fiery bird. The small flaming bird could not be maintained for a long time. After a part of it was hit by the one-finger flow shark, the time became faster, reaching the point of disintegration. Following that, the explosion of this point triggered the explosion of the other parts of the flaming bird. In the end, the stable structure of the flaming bird was destroyed, causing the flaming bird to self-destruct, which almost dried up the sea within a radius of 10 miles. Finally, the finger flow shark pierced Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest. It used the time path immortal goo to affect Blazing Heaven Demoness' sense of time, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. Only then did he fall for it. Shark Demon could not help but frown, feeling something was amiss. There were indeed only 3 immortal goo auras on the one-finger flow shark. After a few rounds, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. All of this showed that this rank 8 goo immortal had extremely high attainment in battle. At the same time, it also showed that immortal goo were inferior to immortal killer moves. Goo worms only had one effect. If an immortal goo was used alone, it would often be seen through. But using an immortal killer move was different. The combination of countless goo worms not only concealed the core immortal goo, but also made it hard for the opponent to deal with it. Just as Shark Demon expected, in the following battle, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her tactics. She split into 5 to 6 clones, each vivid and lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was exhausted. It seemed to be attacking fiercely, but it was actually being played around by these clones. A wild beast is a wild beast after all. It lacks intelligence. If it had an investigative immortal goo, it might have been able to see through it, but unfortunately, this battle seems to have been decided. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already taken the initiative. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted secretly, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that the battle had already lost its suspense at this point. For the one-finger flow shark, the only real chance was in the first few rounds. If Blazing Heaven Demoness had not figured out the details, the one-finger flow shark might have been able to kill her with a flurry of punches. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed the details, she changed her tactics and immediately reversed the battle situation. Unless there was an external force disrupting the situation, there were no more variables in this battle. Right now there are only 2 external forces, Shark Demon and Subaiman. But do they really have the courage to harden their hearts and deal with a rank 8 great expert? Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie couple, and saw their hesitant gazes. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. The real opportunity was the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' mind was pierced. But Shark Demon had already lost his chance. Although he was known as a demon, he lacked the adventurous spirit to disregard his own safety. Maybe he had joined Zombie Alliance for too long, he had lost the courage to fight alone. Or maybe he had a family to worry about. Shark Demon and Subaiman were both like this. As external reinforcements, It was even more impossible for Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to stand out. While communicating, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had already decided to act according to the situation and find a chance to retreat. The two of you please lend us a hand. We are unable to distinguish Blazing Heaven Demoness clone. If you have the means, please help the one-finger flow shark see through the falsehood and point out the location of Blazing Heaven Demoness' true body. This way there will be a turning point in today's situation. At this time, Su Baiman suddenly transmitted his voice with sincerity. At the same time, Shark Demon added, "If you can make a contribution, we will reward you handsomely. We will not go back on our word." Fang Yuan did not even think about it. He smiled bitterly and refused. "Lord Su Baiman thinks too highly of us. Both of you have rank 7 cultivation. You are Gu immortals with rich methods and deep foundations. We can only look up to you. You two have no way. What methods do we have?" Tai Bai Yunxing also shook his head. "I am only skilled in healing. I am unable to help with this kind of investigation matter." Su Baiman did not speak. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing gloomily with an unhappy expression. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Baiman. In all fairness, Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. It was not that there was no hope of finding her. But Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 grade expert. Once they helped the one-finger flow shark, they would definitely provoke Blazing Heaven Demoness anger and counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were wary of Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move personally. They wanted to leave some leeway, thus they wanted to use Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing as cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Therefore his reply had a deeper meaning. Both sides were sensible people. Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw that Fang Yuan had seen through them. They did not try to persuade him anymore. Now it seems that the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, unconcealable fear in his expression. Rumor has it that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she fought with the rank 8 great expert Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains, seizing the sovereignty of a certain immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, but failed on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated her killer move Blazing Heaven, directly incinerating the entire fragment world. All living beings perished, resulting in a great sin of slaughter. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's painstaking plans were all for naught in the end. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had already belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness actions were definitely demonic. Thus, after incinerating the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, the righteous path was angered. In the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure and was fearless. She even said that if anyone made a ruckus again, she would burn down their blessed land. Since she could even burn an immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, burning down a blessed land was clearly an easy matter. The righteous path shouted, but at once, they realized that they could do nothing to this arrogant Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one's might could shake an area. If they really cast aside their pride and grace and carried out despicable sneak attacks and harassment, any force would feel a huge headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was still a rank 8 great expert. Although her battle strength could not be compared to ordinary rank 8s, she was not to be underestimated and could not be forced. If they forced her too much, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to play around. The Righteous Path forces had huge businesses, they had many branches and branches, they were the ones who suffered losses. Those with a bottom line were afraid of those without a bottom line, those who followed rules were afraid of those who did not follow rules. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness became famous in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance raised their heads and no one could bully them. Only when Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea to search for fortuitous encounters did Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fall back into a predicament. One could say that Blazing Heaven Demoness alone brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance into a prosperous and glorious era. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even use her signature killer move against the one-finger flow shark. She was clearly doing it with ease and her battle strength was unfathomable. What made Fang Yuan even more suspicious was that Blazing Heaven Demoness seemed to be purposely using a clone tactic to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, so that she could find an excuse to cause trouble. Although Shark Demon did not fall for it, Blazing Heaven Demoness relied on this plan to divide Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. One Finger Flow Shark was an immemorial desolate beast that also had 3-time path immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness not only dealt with it with ease, she even successfully schemed against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were at the edge of the battlefield. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength and deep wisdom. This kind of enemy was precisely the most difficult to deal with. In other words, Gu immortals who could slowly climb from rank 1 to rank 8 realm were absolutely not stupid. They were all true experts with both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's expressions became increasingly gloomy. Early at the start of the battle, they had secretly used their methods to send a request for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But now the battle had gone on for so long, those who should have rushed over had already arrived. In the end, no reinforcements appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not come here rashly, she had already made preparations beforehand. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman's request for help ineffective. They were left alone and helpless. Shark Demon could even guess that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement with the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance's headquarters on the distribution of benefits. At once, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's hearts sank to rock bottom, their fighting spirit became lower and lower, the anger in their chests gradually extinguished, revealing a bone-chilling cold. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the norm in the Gu cultivation world. Shark Demon and his wife, who had always played the role of big fish, were reduced to small fish that were being devoured by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they resist her? Moreover, Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had the corresponding wisdom. To Shark Demon and Su Baiman, there was simply no hope of struggling. Sigh. Shark Demon let out a long sigh, he suddenly lowered his head. That's enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not talented enough, for the sake of Zombie Alliance, it is better to let you lead the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon, it is good that you know when to advance and when to retreat. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter could be heard in the sky above the battlefield. Her laughter had just ended when the fake bodies of the demonesses on the battlefield turned into flames and burned to nothingness. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stared blankly on the spot, not knowing what to do. Shark Demon sighed again, he pursed his lips and let out a whimpering sound. The one-finger flow shark was appeased, it lightly swung its tail and dived into the sea, quickly disappearing. Evidently, it had returned to the river of time. Shark Demon's move caused outsiders like Fang Yuan to be secretly shocked. The degree of Shark Demon's influence on the one-finger flow shark was already quite obvious. In time, Shark Demon might really be able to control this rank 8 desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal Gu on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body, she took a deep glance at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xing Xiangzi? That is me. Chapter 929. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Fang Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in, it was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor, it could be said that they had suffered great losses, they had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman died, Shark Sea was invaded by others, maybe this was related? But Fang Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Su Baiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Fang Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish, this was the norm in the cultivation world, it was naked, bloody, cold and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out, these situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin, it made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness' forceful interference caused a huge change to Fang Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level, she is shrewd and calculative, she is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Feng Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Feng Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the Battlefield Killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Feng Yuan defected was a little too fast. Su Baiman was even more resentful. This Xing Xiangzi is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise without a single shred of integrity. Feng Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Feng Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Feng Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an immortal goo? This is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess, rocks were everywhere, it was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent Goo immortals had different injuries, their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Jioga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn, and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Jioga won again. His opponent, Qin Baisheng, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Jioga's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baisheng is completely suppressed by Feng Jioga. This is the 100 Days battle. After 100 days, we are finally seeing the end. The truth is, Qin Baisheng is extremely strong, but unfortunately he met the even stronger Feng Jioga. Counting the time from the time Central Continent's group arrived at Luopa Valley and attacked, but ended up facing the stubborn defense of Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng, more than 3 months had passed. 100 Days battle. This was a genuine 100-day battle. Under normal circumstances, battles between Goo immortals rarely lasted for so long. In terms of scale, more than 10 Goo immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains were all elite experts. It could be said that in the past 1,000 years, there had never been such an intense battle in the 5 regions. If it was announced, it would cause an uproar in the world, countless people would pay attention to it. But unfortunately, be it the Central Continent Goo immortals who were secretly investigating or the shady Shadow Sect, they did not want to expose it. Thus, this great battle that should have shaken the 5 regions continued quietly from beginning to end. Regarding this point, both sides had a tacit understanding. Since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial characters had always been Feng Jioga and Qin Baisheng. Initially, the two fought to a draw, the battle was in a deadlock. Qin Baisheng, who had the terrain advantage and used the battlefield killer move Trillion Slaughter Field, had a slight advantage. However, the more Feng Jioga fought, the stronger he became, and he displayed astonishing talent. Both sides gradually evened out, and Feng Jioga slowly expanded his advantage. Finally, in the last few days, Feng Jioga fought intensely for a long time, his battle strength rose to a new level, and he finally defeated Qin Baisheng. Defeating him once or twice was nothing. But 7 consecutive battles were enough to prove that Feng Jioga had a firm upper hand. Shadow Sect's group slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Jioga stood proudly at the front, watching the enemies disappear into the valley as he said calmly. His expression was haggard, there were more than 10 injuries on his body, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. His brimming Goo immortal aura had also weakened to the lowest point. However, none of this could conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought with Qin Baisheng, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. But it was precisely because of this difficulty, it was like a rock, that the beautiful jade that was Feng Jioga became even more sparkling and translucent. Ever since Feng Jioga joined the Spirit Affinity House, it was rare for him to encounter such an intense battle. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jioga had a high status and a great reputation, no one would find trouble with him. This continuous 100 days of battle would make other Goo immortals feel pain and difficulty, but Feng Jioga felt the excitement that he had not felt for a long time. This made him feel like he had returned to the exciting life of the demonic path. But he still felt a trace of regret. Demonic path, fighting with all my strength, what a pity. I can't go back to those passionate days. The current Feng Jioge. He was a man with a family, he could not take risks easily. Moreover, there were the Gu immortals behind him. They were from the other 9 great ancient sects, their thoughts were hard to predict. If Feng Jioge really got heavily injured, it was hard to say how they would react. Feng Jioge remembered the advice of his beloved wife, Bai Qin, before she left. After all, Feng Jioge had slaughtered everyone in the past, causing Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to lose all their face. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other ancient sects for a long time. He could not even turn the tables. The other immortals listened to Feng Jioge's words. After the 100 days of battle, Feng Jioge's reputation had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Central Continent group. Cough cough. Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, coughing non-stop. His face was pale as paper. Every time he coughed, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Fairy Jianghu, who was supporting him, had a face full of worry. She frowned deeply. Feng Jioge is too despicable. Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, shouted in anger. He is fighting Lord Qin Baisheng alone on the surface, but he is actually relying on his numbers. He is attacking from the side, threatening our defenses and forcing Lord Qin Baisheng to be distracted. If not for that, Lord Qin, how could you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said solemnly, no need to say anything, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss, there is no need to find a reason. This Feng Jioge is truly a genius. Relying on his own talent, he created a sound path killer move and got to where he is now. Even as an enemy, I admire him greatly. Relying on his own advantage, meticulously planning and creating an advantage, this is the way of battle. If he did not use it, I would look down on him instead. Saying so, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a large amount of warm blood. He breathed weakly as he looked around. After the 100 days battle, only Hui Fengzi, Lang Zi, Jianghu, Heicheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were left. They originally had Shuesong Zi, but when attacking Langya Blessed Land he was killed by Fang Yuan. After retreating from Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined them. Both were killed by Central Continent's Gu immortals in the 100 days battle. But Central Continent's Gu immortals suffered greater losses. Ancient Soul Sect's Old Oracle and the 2 Gu immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect were already dead. How could they take advantage of Qin Baisheng? Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would suffer huge losses. But at this point in the battle, the most crucial core member, the cornerstone of the group, Qin Baisheng, was already heavily injured and unable to return. Luopa Valley's geographical advantage was also gradually being offset. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were all aware that the outcome of the 100 days battle was already decided. They were the losers. Qin Baisheng focused, even though we lost, we did not lose the overall situation. On Feng Jioge's side, he wasn't completely united. In the end, he couldn't fight me wholeheartedly, which allowed me to stall for time. After the last night, the nurturing immortal Gu in the valley will be completed. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will break out of the encirclement. I will stall the Central Continent people. Lord Qin Baisheng. The immortals were shocked. Qin Baisheng actually chose to do this, he was courting death. This was hard to understand. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it were Hui Fengzi, Heicheng or Lang Zi, they would only take care of themselves when facing death. Why would they sacrifice themselves to save others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, Heicheng and Lang Zi had dark thoughts. They looked at the other 3 discreetly. Qin Baisheng, Jianghu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were the true core of Shadow Sect. And the 3 of them were external reinforcements. There was an indescribable silence. Everyone walked to their resting spot. Let's do this. Take this time to rest. Tomorrow, whether we succeed or not will depend on your performance. Qin Baisheng waved his hand weakly, dispersing everyone. Heicheng, Hui Fengzi and Lang Zi, however, had heavy emotions, their gazes were uncertain. The 3 walked together, they decided to rest together tonight, to prevent the Shadow Sect members from betraying them. But late at night, the 3 were suddenly summoned by Qin Baisheng. Chapter 930. In the middle of the night, inside Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baisheng handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. This immortal Gu is very crucial, I will entrust it to you. The black-robed Gu immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no Gu immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jianghu solemnly, I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the great plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jianghu had a solemn expression. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Qing and the rest heard this and were shocked, they were speechless. What kind of organization was this shadow sect? It could make these Gu immortals disregard their personal losses. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make Gu immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luopa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom! The intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jianghu, Huifeng Zi, Helang Zi, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. When the two worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her. The 5 Gu immortals led by Fairy Jianghu were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were bloodshot. The attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 Gu immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation. Her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment he appeared in the distance. Phew! Oh! Whoosh! Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu immortal Hong Qiming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Qiming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jianghu sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jianghu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast, the opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Qin Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Feiyan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Jinqi of the 9 heavens, one flying smoke. Damn it. He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Jinqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docks Qin Jinqi, while one flying smoke referred to heavenly lotus X Buffet Yen. Jianghu and the other 3 Gu immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect immortals did not greet them. They only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi Ming. Even though Hong Chi Ming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioge has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioge's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioge's match. Were they going to fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Just as the 5 immortals were feeling despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that blocked their way. Far away, Hong Chi Ming's body shook intensely as if he was struck by lightning. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The one who used the golden arrow was Qin Baisheng. How could he watch the 5 immortals fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Right now, he forcefully used his injured body to face Ling Mei Ao Shui, Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yen. The 4 Central Continent immortals arrived quickly, but they also lost quickly. Not only did they lose, they were utterly defeated. Like Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could resist. Qin Baisheng did not kill the 4 Central Continent immortals, he let them leave. His attention was mainly on Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's gaze was like a torch. He had already inspected Qin Baisheng's injuries. He had an elegant demeanor as he laughed heartily. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. It is not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my farewell song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The 5 Shadow Sect immortals quickly retreated. Someone screamed in pain. Someone snorted. Green Jade Song's power was profound. The 5 immortals were more or less hit by it. Wherever they were hit, their bodies would turn into jade, and the jade would spread to the surroundings. The 5 immortals were decisive. They immediately attacked ruthlessly, smashing and digging out the flesh and blood on their bodies that were hit. At once, blood flowed everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baisheng attacked. A powerful Soul Path Killer Move. He targeted Feng Jioge's face and pressed down. Feng Jioge's expression changed. He quickly blocked. Qin Baisheng had 2 trump cards. One was Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression, the other was Sword Path Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals would not be able to resist it. Feng Jioge had 3 trump cards. First was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. It was not vast power. It was profound and extraordinary. Feng Jioge's attention was diverted. The Green Jade Song slowed down. The pressure on the 5 Shadow Sect immortals decreased. They ran for some distance. Qin Baisheng used a Metal Path Killer Move again. Numerous golden chains wrapped around Feng Jioge's limbs, binding him up from the back. Feng Jioge was not flustered. After the 100 Days battle, the two already knew each other's abilities. Qin Baisheng's Metal Path Killer Move was ineffective against Feng Jioge. These golden chains were very effective against Chen Jinqi and the rest. But as long as Feng Jioge moved slightly, he could shatter them in a breath's time. But at this time, Qin Baisheng showed a strange smile. I will let you see the true secret of Luopa Valley. Saying so, he used a technique to activate a certain arrangement. Several colorless lights shot out of the valley. One of them hit Feng Jioge. This is... Feng Jioge shattered the golden chains on his body, but because of this he was delayed. He was hit by the light and could not move. The power of Space Path. How could there be such a powerful force? Not far away, the 2 fairies Ling Mei and Ao Shui were also hit by the light. Their expressions changed and they exclaimed. As for Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yen, their speed was extremely fast and they dodged the light. Qin Baisheng didn't care about the 2 of them. His main goal was to hold back Feng Jioge. Now this goal was more than half achieved. Don't struggle. This strange light is harmless. Feng Jioge suddenly came to a realization and reminded him. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were bewildered. In the next moment they saw Feng Jioge giving up resisting. His body was sucked into the mystical light and dragged into the depths of Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng's smile grew even wider. He actually took the initiative to crash into another streak of light and was also dragged into the valley. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and decided to believe in Feng Jioge. They also gave up resisting and jumped into the valley. This change was out of everyone's expectations. After being dazed for a moment, Qin Jinqi was the first to react. He roared and pounced at the 5 Shadow Sect immortals. Leave them here first. This was undoubtedly a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were being restrained by Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Kanyang Laojun, and Old Man Tianlong arrived one after another. An intense battle erupted. One side desperately tried to break out, while the other side risked their lives to stop them. "Ah, someone save me!" He Qing shouted. He was the weakest. He was struck down by a killer move and left the group. "Ignore him, protect the main target and continue to break out." Fairy Jianghu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Cheng and protected the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Luopa Valley in a strange space. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in bewilderment. Chapter 931. In this mystical space, the light was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. That is right. Feng Jioge had just said that when Qin Baisheng, who was standing in front of him, looked at the 3 Central Continent immortals, showing a deep smile. If not for thieving heaven demon venerables arrangements, how could I have lured you here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baisheng was strong, he felt troubled against a character like Feng Jioge, who had not appeared in 1,000 years. Especially when Qin Baisheng's 2 trump cards were not used to trap the enemy, they were only focused on killing the enemy. To temporarily trap Feng Jioge, they could only activate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables arrangements. Is this really Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei's tone carried a trace of excitement. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivation, there had been countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were said to be the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were like suns, dazzling and unparalleled. Every generation of venerables, be they immortal venerables or demon venerables, they were the number 1 of their generation, sweeping through the world, undefeatable. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a legend. He was skilled in Space Path and had unparalleled thieving skills. He also cultivated Transformation Path and was proficient in disguise. Before he reached rank 9, he had already changed his appearance and used all kinds of identities to achieve his unspeakable goals. He even caused chaos in the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also related to Longhair Ancestor. The failure in refining space escape Immortal Gu became Longhair Ancestor's obsession after his death. This had already become a legend that had been passed down for thousands of years. The inheritance of such a person was actually right in front of them. Even the 2 fairies Ling Mei and Ao Shui. Their hearts were ice cold, they could not help but feel excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. But Feng Jioge immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can touch. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Right. There was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng here. How could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance fall into their hands? For a moment, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were disappointed. Feng Jioge's back was facing them as he stood in front. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the 2 immortals' feelings and said, "You 2 misunderstood. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance had an extremely strict inheritance condition. You won't fit. I'm also not suitable, and I'm afraid Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were astonished. One of them asked, "There's a saying behind this?" Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. "Brother Feng knows a lot about Thieving Heaven true inheritance. It seems that the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House has indeed obtained a true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. They have been researching it but there was no result." Feng Jioge's eyes shined with brilliance as he stared at Qin Baisheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin has lived in Northern Plains for so long. But the intelligence about Zhongzhou State was so clear. That's right, because our sect has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. After many years of research we had some results." Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. Still unwilling, Ling Mei asked for guidance. "May I ask Lord Feng Jioge, what are the conditions for inheritance? Who knows, we might really be able to achieve it." Feng Jioge's gaze was fixed on Qin Baisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the two of you?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baixing waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. "Impossible. None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here?" "Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon?" Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jioge nodded. "Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, "Other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jioji's power, he can't forcefully break through it?" They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance after all. "You eat the meat and I drink the soup." The 2 female immortals did not want the bigger share, they only wanted a share. Qin Baixing chuckled coldly. Wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss. His face was covered in dust. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with a true inheritance? Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jioge did not refute them. He explained, "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment is unfathomable, it is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon. Once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven. They are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside. It is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens." Giant Sun Immortal wanted to obtain the true inheritance wholeheartedly. He was afraid of harming the innocent. Thus he failed and suffered a setback, unable to do anything for his entire life. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped repeatedly. Compared to Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing, the 2 of them were still too young. This was the first time they had heard of such secrets involving venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like their horizons had been broadened. But soon they became nervous and worried. Even Giant Sun Immortal has no way of dealing with this strange space. Then how do we get out? Don't worry about this. As long as we do not move, we can stay here for 30 minutes and be transported out. Feng Jioge replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who fell into this strange space, they would have to use methods to probe it. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The time they were trapped here would be even longer. But Spirit Affinity House had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance, and Feng Jioge was a higher-up of Spirit Affinity House. He knew the correct way to leave this place. But at this time, Qin Baixing raised his head and laughed. "Feng Jioge, since I trapped you here, how can I let you leave? Just stay here for me." Saying so, Qin Baixing was about to attack. A powerful aura soared to the sky. Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. Feng Jioge quickly said, "Don't attack. This space is so close, yet worlds apart. It looks very close, but we are actually very far apart. We are actually very far apart. The other party wants to lure you to attack. Once you attack, it will cause a change in this space. Whoever attacks will be targeted. The stronger the attack, the more terrifying the backlash, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into the other party's trap." Feng Jioge knew about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance in detail. He knew the terror of this strange space, thus even someone as proud and powerful as him did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe in Feng Jioge. They restrained their impulses and did not attack. But Qin Baixing revealed a strange smile. "Brother Feng is very confident. It is a pity that your sect's research on Thieving Heaven true inheritance is not deep enough. I don't know what I will do next. How will you face it? He spoke confidently while activating the goo worms on his body, his aura surging. He finally reached the peak. What is he doing? Feng Jioge had a bad feeling he was on full alert. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Qin Baisheng's action was out of the three Central Continent immortals' expectations. They heard Qin Baisheng's loud voice. After 54 tribulations, tribulation clouds still cover the sky. The soul light in my chest oppresses all living beings, the sword chi in my fists roams northern plains. 400 years have passed, how can I give birth to a new face without death? Abandoning this broken body for a cool breeze, sweeping through the heavens to restore light years. His voice was clear as he recited slowly, his expression was calm as water, his gaze revealed a trace of anticipation towards the future. After reciting this poem, he smiled at Feng Jioge. Next he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Feng Jioge frowned. Even during the 100 Days battle, he had never shown such an expression. Because Qin Baisheng actually ended his own life at this moment. At the next moment, a cool breeze blew from Qin Baisheng's body. Behind Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shue's expressions changed, their voices were trembling from fear as they shouted, "Winds of assimilation." It turned out that in order to stall Feng Jioge's group, Qin Baisheng gave up his life and sacrificed himself. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed and there was no other immortal aperture to hold it, the winds of assimilation would naturally appear. The winds of assimilation were no small matter, wherever the wind blew, it would assimilate everything, even rank 8 goo immortals had to avoid it. In this mystical true inheritance space, if one used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword or Heaven and Earth Song, it would at most be like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. However, at this moment, the winds of assimilation began to blow. Although it appeared to be a gentle breeze, the entire strange space began to shake violently. It was as if the entire lake was boiling. Layers of translucent ripples rapidly appeared in the space, unending. Feng Jioge had a solemn expression. Facing such a decisive attack from Qin Baisheng, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had already activated their goo worms, protecting their bodies tightly. Even Feng Jioge had to use his immortal goo, they were even more so. Leaving the mystical space would be a problem for later. They had to get through this huge crisis first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. Chapter 932. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Qin Baisheng sacrificed himself to create the winds of assimilation, causing Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui to fall into danger. Jianghu and the other 4 immortals tried to break out. Just as they were about to break out, He Qing was struck down by a killer move. His face was pale as he screamed for help. However, every second mattered when escaping. At the crucial moment, a slight delay could lead to the difference between heaven and hell. The immortals ignored him, they only pushed their speed to the limit. Fairy Jianghu was even more ruthless, she directly abandoned He Qing, ignoring his life and death. The hope of escaping was right in front of them. He Qing fell behind, wouldn't he be able to stall the Central Continent goo immortals? Only he had the immortal goo house dark prison. After He Qing died, it would fall into the hands of the Central Continent goo immortals. This made Jianghu and the rest feel some regret. But regret was regret. Compared to the immortal goo house, their own lives were more important. Ha, all of you go and play, your father will make a move first. In the process of breaking out, Hui Fengzi suddenly laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose by a huge margin. In a few breaths of time he left Jianghu and the rest behind. Under the furious gazes of Jianghu and the rest, Hui Fengzi was about to escape. Cooperate with me. Hong Qiming shouted. 7 long 7 wind 7 text 7A goo formation at the periphery activated, giving off a dazzling light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent goo immortals had developed a tacit understanding. Where are you going? Chen Zhenqi and Bu Feiyan moved together, using the unique goo formation at the periphery. They caught up. They blocked Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was the fastest in northern plains, he moved like the wind. This was something the Central Continent goo immortals had to admit. Just Chen Zhenqi or Bu Feiyan alone would not be able to stop Hui Fengzi. But now the two cooperated. They had a tacit understanding. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi moved, he could not shake off Chen Zhen and Bu Feiyan. His speed fell as he failed to break out. He deserves it. Jianghu and the rest felt great joy. They turned around and tried to break out of the encirclement. Go down. Kanyang Laojun snorted angrily, using his signature killer move life-chasing fire. Qi Hongming added insult to injury. One more hit. He Cheng's entire body was on fire. With a miserable scream he fell from the sky. With a bang he smashed onto the ground. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood when countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding him tightly. At that moment He Cheng was trapped. Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Chiming gave up on He Cheng and chased after He Langzi. He activated his killer move and mercilessly attacked He Langzi. He Langzi had no choice but to use his transformation path killer move. He transformed into a giant lightning wolf to defend himself. Fairy Jianghu and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal had not escaped far. He was intercepted by Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong. Without any nonsense, the four immortals began to fight. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged and thunder boomed. The four immortals displayed their abilities. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to a wave of violent waves of air that caused mountains to collapse and rocks to crack. Kanyang Laojun was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert. When Dongfang Naganori faked his death, he fought against Free Scholar, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan. He had incredible battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Kanyang Laojun. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the Sound Path Gu immortal Feng Jioga. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was strong, but Fairy Jianghu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jianghu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jianghu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Kanyang Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart. His true appearance was finally revealed. Kanyang Laojun was stunned. You actually have the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu immortal. He was countered by the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jianghu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave. Fairy Jianghu screamed. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Kanyang Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Kanyang Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jianghu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jianghu's back with both palms. Boom. Fairy Jianghu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly descending from the sky. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jianghu's corpse fell to the ground. Her bones were broken, her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jianghu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with He Langzi and Hui Fengzi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Cheng. A moment later, He Langzi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground. His internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Qing had no choice but to activate the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. Immortal Goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Qing was already bankrupt, he had little immortal essence left. The Immortal Goo House Dark Prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate, it had less than 1% of its power. Hong Chi-ming used a goo formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves, the Central Continent Goo Immortals' defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net, even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. "Spare my life, I surrender." At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale, he admitted defeat. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat, the Central Continent Goo Immortals could understand this. Don't play tricks. Hand over the Immortal Goo first. The Central Continent Goo Immortals did not relax, they surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed, he had to hand over the Immortal Goo. Without the Immortal Goo, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Goo Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Goo Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence. The Central Continent Goo Immortals suffered heavy losses, they were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain immortal goo that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, they would make a huge profit. 15 minutes later, Dark Prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, where is He Qing? Such decisiveness. He actually gave up on the Immortal Goo House and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. A coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement, the dust had settled. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Jianghu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped with the crucial Immortal Goo, while He Qing, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago when these people attacked Langya Blessed Land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Baisheng was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel Goo cultivation was. Even at Goo Immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. I'm finally here. The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jianghu and Qin Baisheng had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important. If they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baisheng and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense. There were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the Hairy Man Goo Immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadow Sect's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial Immortal Goo here for safekeeping. This Immortal Goo was related to Shadow Sect's plan, it could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Jianghu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time, just a little more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was filled with anger. he brought the immortal goo and entered the graveyard. This was an immortal zombie graveyard. And he was an immortal zombie himself. It was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting. I can actually meet a 10 extreme immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with despair. Chapter 933. Who Immortal Blessed Land Underground Cave. The Blood G forest had already grown. Unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. It was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fang Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned, he did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color, there was no warmth at all, it was extremely cold. Fang Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently. He evaluated. It seems that my newly created goo formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Goo. This goo formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient, he could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this goo formation he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, Fang Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation. It could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this goo formation was no longer the original version, it had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws. Once the goo formation even exploded in Fang Yuan's body. This time it was used. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of the goo formation, he was lightly injured. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared, he started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success Dao marks, he could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Goo for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was pale flame white bones, the other was green beetle water lotus. The former was a fire path immortal material while the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale flame white bones had fire path Dao marks, while green beetle water lotus had water path Dao marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of fire path Dao marks and water path Dao marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fang Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between Dao marks was too small. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path goo immortal. He had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the immortal goo recipe strictly stipulated the age of the green beetle water lotus, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, green beetle water lotuses of the same age would have different water path Dao marks depending on their growing environment. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, the Dao marks would fade. All of the goo refinement materials had been inspected by Fang Yuan. They met the requirements of the immortal goo recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of immortal goo refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of immortal goo refinement was extremely low. Many goo immortals spent their entire fortune to refine immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were extremely beneficial to goo immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an intense need for immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, failures in immortal goo refinement were everywhere. There were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than take the risk of refining immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason: the refinement path attainment of goo immortals was uneven. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the immortal goo, the less confidence the goo immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask Longhair Ancestor to refine immortal goo in immortal goo houses for them. Fang Yuan modified the immortal goo recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought immortal goo's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original immortal goo recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water. They were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demonis is about to send the 4th batch of goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demonis' help, Fang Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She had the attitude that she would not give up until Fang Yuan refined Star Thought immortal goo. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demonis and cheat her of the goo refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed to help Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier. The immortal materials that she used were what Fang Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Whether Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo or failed, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to collect interest. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demonis would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fang Yuan would not agree to such conditions, he would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fang Yuan wanted to refine Star Thought immortal goo as soon as possible. He could only accept it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demonis' help was not so easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had failed 3 times, it was his loss. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. Fang Yuan knew a thing or two about Blazing Heaven Demonis' scheme. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his Wisdom Path attainment. Blazing Heaven Demonis could use this to threaten Fang Yuan and make Fang Yuan work for her. After all, Wisdom Path goo immortals were rare. A Wisdom Path goo immortal with Fang Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demonis would be even happier, because she could use this to take down Yulu Blessed Land. All in all, Blazing Heaven Demonis would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of goo refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fang Yuan started to think. He had Connect Luck Immortal Goo, it could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fang Yuan had connect luck, he did not have break luck immortal goo to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of connect luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fang Yuan's side. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind, most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiaoyao on the nameless island has already been killed by Song Yishe. His ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. She represented the most outstanding person in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was the same as Mo Yao in history or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it was a grand era with great momentum. There was an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions, the appearance of dream realms broke the old structure of forces, a brand new Gu cultivation path, Dream Path was born, all of this indicated the birth of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes were born, valiant and ambitious people emerged, dragons and snakes rampaged. Fairy Black Moon could still represent Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Her innate talent was definitely first-rate in the 5 regions. Moreover, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She obtained shocking results. Her battle strength was outstanding and her methods were superb. Ever since Fairy Black Moon made her debut, she had been getting stronger and stronger. It was a blessing in disguise. Her luck was very strong. Chapter 934. It is a pity that Fairy Black Moon is wearing a mask and has a mysterious identity. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life she was like the rising sun, her radiance was dazzling and dazzling, she did not leave any records. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple of Spirit Affinity House now, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu immortal. All in all, I have too little information, I can't even find anything. Since Fairy Black Moon could not be found, there were only the secondary targets left. These people were all influential people. However, they were all temporary strong luck lacked momentum and could not last forever. Some of them had huge ups and downs, and some even had great fortune followed by great calamity, they died. If I connect luck to them, my luck will be extremely strong for a short period of time, it will definitely help me refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. But I do not have bad luck, if they are unlucky I will be unlucky as well. In exchange for immediate benefits, sacrificing the long term, is this worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated. If he had break luck immortal Gu, he would not need to consider this problem. But whether he could obtain break luck, Fang Yuan had no confidence. And if he had no confidence in doing something, he would not do it unless necessary. Placing his hopes on luck, Fang Yuan would not do that. He could take risks and had a gambling nature, but the truth was that he was more careful and cautious. If not for that, he would not have gotten to where he was today. A few days later, Blazing Heaven Demonist sent over a sufficient amount of Gu refinement immortal materials. But Fang Yuan did not have the mood to refine Gu anymore. An explosive piece of news. It reached his ears. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch was infiltrated by old ancestor Xuehu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly plundered many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Xuehu was not discovered, Zombie Alliance could only accept their defeat. But the worst part was, the intense battle exposed old ancestor Xuehu's location. Zombie Alliance had to react. Zombie Alliance was a huge organization that spanned across the 5 regions. Someone infiltrated their own garden and plucked their fruits and flower buds. How could they tolerate that? If they did not punish such a scoundrel, Zombie Alliance's reputation would be tarnished. Their reputation would be severely damaged. If they were looked down upon by all the forces, how could they establish themselves in the Gu immortal world? How could they compete with the other forces? For any organization, face represented a certain degree of benefits. Moreover, old ancestor Xuehu was discovered in the immortal zombie graveyard. This touched the nerves of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, making them extremely angry. An immortal zombie's body contained an abundance of Dao marks. It was indeed a top-tier Gu refinement immortal material. But when an immortal zombie's immortal aperture died, They placed more importance on their body. This was the remaining pride of an immortal zombie. Thus, immortal zombies placed more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was an inviolable holy land in the Zombie Alliance. In the end, the holy land in his heart was destroyed by Old Ancestor Xuehu. Old Ancestor Xuehu has gone too far. This has severely violated Zombie Alliance's bottom line. It seemed that he was going all out to refine immortal Gu fortune, not hesitating to become a thief and steal an immortal zombie body. Feng Yuan estimated. He thought back to his previous life, 500 years ago. But there was no such incident. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun was living well. Old Ancestor Xuehu could not obtain him. He naturally could not refine immortal Gu fortune. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased, everything has changed. Old Ancestor Xuehu has suffered because of me. Old Ancestor Xuehu's suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Feng Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang. How could they be Old Ancestor Xuehu's match after the incident? They could only watch as Old Ancestor Xuehu flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish Old Ancestor Xuehu and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. What? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had no hope, but after Old Ancestor Xuehu's matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains. The ones most suitable for attacking Yulu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Su Baiman. After Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's days were not good. They were deserted by everyone. But now the situation was reversed. After all, Yulu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's rise was imminent. Many Gu immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman feel deeply moved. Feng Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Feng Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demoness so decisively. This time he did not even invite Tai by Yunxing. Feng Yuan did not care. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago, Feng Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It was a great help to Feng Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Feng Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully he failed. Feng Jioga's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Feng Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yulu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demoness asked Feng Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' words were still domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Feng Yuan could refine Star Thought Immortal Gu many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Feng Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demoness went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like Old Ancestor Shui who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demoness would take. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xing Xiangzi might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demoness in the process of dealing with Old Ancestor Shuehu. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, Old Ancestor Shuehu was discovered. Fang Yuan even felt some gratitude towards Old Ancestor Shuehu. Several days later. Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Bu Fei Yen sighed. These last days they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Jioge, Ao Shui and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Chi-Ming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Chi-Ming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Actually, even if we know the way to enter, we might not be able to save the 3 of them. After all, this was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lord Feng Jioge is so powerful, but he is trapped inside without any commotion. This shows how dangerous it is. If we go in, it will be even more dangerous. Qin Baisheng schemed to trap Feng Jioge here. If we rashly go and save them, I'm afraid. The Central Continent Gu Immortals discussed. Their tone became deeper, their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects originated from Celestial Court, they were not harmonious with each other. They competed with each other constantly. If a person like Feng Jioge, who appeared once in 1,000 years, died here, the other 9 sects would let out a sigh of relief. Ao Shui and Ling Mei had immortal Gu. If they died, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was not a small loss for Heaven's Envy Manor, which had deep foundations. The enemy was gone. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless years of conflict erupted on the 5 Central Continent immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle is dead, Feng Jioge is also trapped. This mission can only come to an end. That's right, after this battle we have expended a lot of our strength. We need to recuperate. In my opinion, the most important thing is to return everything that happened here and the results of our investigation to the sect. That makes sense. Don't forget, we still have the captive Hui Feng Zi and the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These spoils of war are all priceless. We need to handle them properly. After conversing like this, the remaining Central Continent 5 immortals laughed silently. Why did they save Feng Jioge and the rest? Was he trying to suppress him after rescuing him? Save them to split the spoils of war? But as Righteous Path members they had to keep up appearances, otherwise they would be exposed. Chapter 935. After passing through the regional wall, Eastern Seas Group finally stepped into Northern Plains. I'm finally back. Fang Yuan sighed. He was using Xing Xiangzi as a disguise. As he stepped on the grassland, his emotional tone was not entirely an act. In front of him, the Blazing Heaven Demoness eyes flickered as she murmured, "Yes, he's back." She was even more emotional than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was a Northern Plainsman. After 100 years, she had finally returned home. The terrain of the 5 regions was very different. The East Sea had countless strange seas, while the North Sea was flat, with various grasslands, wastelands and hills. The grassland beneath the sky-scorching Demoness feet was a barren wasteland, with only a few green spots on the yellowish-brown soil. However, the blazing heaven Demoness felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Other than Fang Yuan and blazing heaven Demoness, the other Gu immortals were frowning slightly. They were all Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They were curious and unfamiliar with northern plains. Coming from his hometown to a foreign land, his heart was filled with a feeling of being ostracized, and he seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding environment. The ones with the strongest aura were two immortal zombies. They had rank 8 cultivation level. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were few living people. Including blazing heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan, there were 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s and 4 rank 6s. The lineup was strong and they had the advantage in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions thoroughly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He did not hesitate to mobilize such a powerful force to rush to northern plains to regain his face. But now the Gu immortals were all injured. Rank 6 Gu immortals had light injuries, rank 7 Gu immortals had even heavier injuries. They were in a pathetic state, while the 3 rank 8s were even weaker. Their bodies were in tatters, some had broken arms, some had broken legs. His body swayed in the breeze as if he was on the verge of collapse. At the edge of the 5 regions, they all had boundary walls. Surrounding northern plains was the Licorice Regional Wall. Surrounding the East Sea was the Blue Water Boundary Wall. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary wall that the 5 regions were isolated from each other. Moreover, the higher the level of the world barrier, the stronger the obstruction. It was 10,000 times more difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal to pass regional walls than a rank 6 Gu immortal. Eastern Sea immortal zombies wanted to enter northern plains from Eastern Sea. They had to pass through 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured. 4 rank 7 immortal zombies lost their lives in the regional wall. In contrast, rank 6 Gu immortals felt less pressure. Among everyone, Fang Yuan was the most relaxed. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, at the bottom of rank 6, and he was also a northern plains Gu immortal. He entered northern plains from Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's regional wall repelled him and pushed him outwards, while northern plains' regional wall welcomed him and pulled him inwards. Similarly, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, blazing heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like wanderers returning home, Fang Yuan and blazing heaven Demoness were welcomed by northern plains. If not for the huge Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, I'm afraid one of the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies would have been sacrificed, and half of the remaining rank 7 immortal zombies would have died. Fang Yuan observed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he was secretly praising the deep foundation of East Sea Zombie Alliance. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance's headquarters had made a move. Activating the Gu formation actually caused an earth tide. Every once in a while, an earth tide would occur in Eastern Sea. Boundless earth force would surge from deep within the trenches. It would stir up the seawater and form an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It was easy for it to create a tsunami that was thousands of feet tall. The earth tide charged at the regional wall, causing it to weaken. Every year, during the earth tide, many Gu immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest set off, the earth tide had already passed. To think that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a method to create an artificial earth tide. In a short period of time, an area of Eastern Sea's regional wall was weakened. If not for this help, Fang Yuan and the rest would have suffered even greater losses. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu immortals focused their gazes on blazing heaven Demoness. Blazing heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she had the strongest battle strength, thus she was the leader of this operation. Blazing heaven Demoness did not hesitate. She smiled. According to reliable information, old ancestor Shui, who has already returned to snowy mountain blessed land. We should not rush back. We should rest and recover our battle strength first. That is the best choice. The immortal zombies nodded. They had no doubts. They had just passed through the regional wall. Their strength had fallen to rock bottom. They needed to rest and recuperate. Blazing heaven Demoness did not even return to Dark Flow Giant City. She chose a hidden location. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals concealed themselves and recuperated. This was the same as when the Central Continent Gu immortals first infiltrated. There was no other way. After all, the expenditure of passing through regions was too huge. In snowy mountain-blessed land snow was falling. The three main peaks and countless subsidiary peaks stood tall in the heavy snow, like frost giants standing in silence. Among them, the first main peak was tall and majestic. It was old ancestor Xuehu's residence. At this time, in a certain room on the first main peak, a huge Gu formation was shining with dazzling golden light. Outside the Gu formation, an old man was standing. It was old ancestor Xuehu. But the one controlling the Gu formation was not him, but a female immortal. This female immortal was in her 20s, she was beautiful and had a graceful aura. She was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old ancestor Xuehu's wife. She looked younger than him, but she was actually much older than him. Lady Wanshou had once seized a fortuitous encounter and obtained Gu immortal Wang Jiao's inheritance. Not only did she obtain several lifespan Gu, she even obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods had their own disadvantages compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were rare and hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were still very popular among other Gu immortals. When Lady Wanshou was still cultivating, many Gu immortals came to her. They paid a huge price to ask her to extend their lifespan. As time passed, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Gu immortals. Her lifespan extended by more than 1,000 years. Not only did she obtain countless cultivation resources, her strength rose rapidly. She even built up a network and became very popular. There were even flatterers who offered Wanshou to her. Many Gu immortals had requests from her. They did not dare to offend her. They cheered her on and her name spread far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled in lifespan extension, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was one of the 4 refinement path experts in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Quasi-great grandmaster was only a step away from great grandmaster. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wanshou. Old ancestor Xuehu was skilled in ice and snow path. He was also ashamed of his inferiority. Thus, whenever old ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wanshou to do it. But at this time, Lady Wanshou was activating the refinement path Gu formation. She was not refining Gu, but refining an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Xuehu from the depths of Earth Trench, the deepest part of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie graveyard. It was only the size of a palm. Its whole body was shining with purple gold light. Its texture was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shone brightly. Its aura was rumbling. After a long while, the Gu formation slowly stopped. The light it emitted also gradually extinguished. The mysterious purple gold rock that had been refined until it was bright red soon cooled down. Its fire dissipated and it returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. Old ancestor Xuehu looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze. This was a silent question. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly, shaking her head. Even you cannot tell the origin of this mysterious purple gold rock? Old ancestor Xuehu was somewhat surprised. This immortal material is indeed extraordinary. My Gu formation has been activated completely, but I still cannot refine it. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I need to research it properly. Saying so, Lady Wanshou's tone changed. Husband, you were careless this time. It would have been fine if you had not been discovered stealing immortal zombies. But this time you have crossed Zombie Alliance's bottom line. They will definitely take revenge. You need to be careful. Old ancestor Xuehu nodded, saying solemnly, I was too careless this time. My original plan was going smoothly. I had almost cleared out the immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is the best immortal material to refine Fortune Gu. I was excited and tried to capture it. But to think that the other party had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard, due to my carelessness, I could not conceal the sounds of battle and alerted Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Sigh. Old ancestor Xuehu heaved a long sigh. Now that I think about it, it might have been the interference of Fortune Immortal Gu. Lady Wanshou said solemnly, Fortune Immortal Gu is rank 8. It is normal for even you to be affected by it. This is Giant Sun Immortal's core Immortal Gu. Recently, I have been failing frequently in Gu refinement. It is likely due to Fortune Immortal Gu. But husband, you have obtained so many immortal zombie bodies this time. It has greatly increased the speed of gathering immortal materials. As long as we can refine Fortune Immortal Gu quickly, all of this will be worth it. Ever since old ancestor Xuehu bought Ma Hongyun, he wanted to use the latter as the main material to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Gu. This was naturally disadvantageous to Ma Hongyun, Thus, old ancestor Shui Hu, Lady Wan Shou, and the rest faced the backlash of fortune immortal Gu. Not just the two of them, many of the Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land who received old ancestor Shui Hu's mission to gather immortal materials had bad luck. Accidents happened frequently. Actually, before this, old ancestor Shui Hu had already suffered a backlash from luck path. That time, Fairy Li Shan obtained minuscule mountain, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked. Old ancestor Shui Hu fought against two rank 8 Gu immortals, forcing them to retreat. Luck path was not invincible. Old ancestor Shui Hu relied on his immense strength to resist the backlash of luck path. This time, when he stole the immortal zombie body, he was very confident, but because of the backlash of luck path, he was careless and caused a huge commotion. The harder it is to refine fortune immortal Gu, the more powerful this immortal Gu is. It makes me even more determined to refine it. Don't worry, I have already tightened my surveillance in Dark Flow Giant City. If there is any commotion, I will know. We will deal with it when it comes. I want to see if Zombie Alliance has any great plans. Chapter 936. Rex. The huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since old ancestor Shui Hu wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other two leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quan Wang, greet leader, greet the two lords, greet our comrades. The three leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is old ancestor Shui Hu, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old ancestor Shui Hu is too arrogant. We must make him pay the price. Our Zombie Alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she spoke slowly. This matter is important, let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing, let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all, they had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the earth trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess, large amounts of frost covered the surface. Some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the earth trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now. He could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old ancestor Xuehu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old ancestor Xuehu. Who is this person? He has rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding. He even set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demonis frowned, asking Yin Lugong and the others. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well, we were kept in the dark, we did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demonis snorted, her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old ancestor Xuehu appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine fortune immortal Gu, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie. He has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order. We need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombie showed astonished expressions. Yin Lugong and the other 2 leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you can know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demonis stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is old ancestor Xuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yin Lugong and the rest quickly agreed. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demonis was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier what Yin Lugong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ah. Corpse Detonation King Wangda laughed. Blazing Heaven Demonis was kept in the dark. Only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, Next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks. They are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move. Blazing Heaven Demonis retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demonis. That's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Xuehu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantages, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demonis snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Xuehu's vigilance. Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled, since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength it will be easy. Corpse Detonation King was speechless, he showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Hu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder, his gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled proudly, old ancestor Xuehu is strong, even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demonis looked around saying, Fortune Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demonis regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not let Fang Yuan go out, the only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fang Yuan a token, it could represent her will to the greatest extent. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter and exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as all the resource points controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the important warehouses, the precious immortal materials inside were all for Fang Yuan to use. As long as they were useful for refining Immortal Gu, he just needed to register them. The environment was relaxed and the conditions were good, Fang Yuan could not help but feel surprised. Is Blazing Heaven Demonis still thinking of attacking Yulu Blessed Land? That is unlikely. Not to mention old ancestor Xuehu's matter, who knows when it will be resolved. Shark Demon and Su Baiman will definitely make use of their time to invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to attack Yulu Blessed Land. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, along with my Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demonis wants to scheme against old ancestor Xuehu, so she values my ability in this aspect? Chapter 937. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the explosion was not huge. The starlight in the sky was like fluttering butterflies, fluttering in the secret room. Under such a beautiful scenery, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. I failed again. This time, I did not even complete a third of the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed as he waved his sleeves, the clouds and rain dispersed, the starlight vanished without a trace. The huge secret room returned to its previous tranquility. This was the secret room of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Here, Fang Yuan obtained sufficient immortal materials, he tried to refine Gu again, but tasted the bitterness of failure again. Even though I use the immortal killer move Time Assist Luck every time I refine Gu, the effect is not huge. There is no suitable target for Connect Luck. Forget it, I have done enough on the surface, I should try to enter Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but there were many things that could not be done quickly. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and wanted to enter Earth Trench in a hurry, it would be too obvious. Others would see through it, so he could not do it. Even though Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the problem now was that he was not free, he was heavily guarded by two immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that this was also a form of surveillance. After all, Fang Yuan had failed many times in Immortal Gu refinement, he already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. If they did not monitor him, what if Fang Yuan escaped? Even though this agreement was made, Blazing Heaven Demonis had already used information path methods and immortal killer moves to restrict both sides. But at Blazing Heaven Demonis level, the older one was, the more cowardly they were. The more knowledge they had, the more careful they were. Who knew if Fang Yuan had a method to break it? Fang Yuan really did. The 500 years of memories allowed him to know many methods to break immortal information path restrictions. But he did not have the corresponding immortal Gu, he could not break this agreement. He sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, that was why he cooperated with Blazing Heaven Demonis. But now he wanted to steal the treasure even more. During these days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. To make the Blazing Heaven Demonis feel at ease, he was also secretly gathering information. Actively prepare yourself for action. Compared to before, Dark Flow Giant City had opened its gates and resumed communication with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale was rising, they were full of energy. So, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the group to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. She used a rather smart strategy. She did not directly attack, but instead grasped old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness and restrained him. What was old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all the Northern Plains Gu immortals knew about it. Fortune Immortal Gu. Old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine Fortune Immortal Gu wholeheartedly, but he lacked immortal materials. Even though he had the main material, Ma Hong Yun, it was related to a rank 8 immortal Gu. He also had to prepare more materials to increase the possibility of success. Hence, his demand for immortal materials was extremely huge. The demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were tormented by old ancestor Shui Hu to the point of being miserable. Even old ancestor Shui Hu had to lower his status and personally sneak into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench to do that thing. This showed old ancestor Shui Hu's extreme desire for immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness saw this point and actively made arrangements, using ambushes, plots, destruction, and other methods. She especially opposed the demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land. These demonic path Gu immortals had a hard time gathering immortal materials. And because of the backlash from Luck Path, the immortal zombies relied on luck to move, thus the success rate of every operation was very high. The more such operations succeeded, the more Snowy Mountain blessed land's morale fell, while the morale of Zombie Alliance's side gradually rose, sweeping away the dejection from before. Fang Yuan had an ashen expression as he opened the secret room's door. There were 2 rank 6 immortal zombies at the door. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the immortal zombies, Dr. Yin Xian, immediately greeted, "Sir, you have come out of closed cultivation. I wonder if the Gu refinement this time." Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort, waving his hand in annoyance. "Don't bother me." Saying so, he directly left. Who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant in our territory?" The other immortal zombie, Landlord Leiyu, looked at Fang Yuan's back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He was extremely dissatisfied. But that yin-yang doctor did not seem to care even though he was rebuffed. He grinned and chased after Fang Yuan, following closely behind him like a dog's skin plaster. Fang Yuan moved forward, turning left and right. He arrived at a large hall. This was the largest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City. It was personally guarded by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan, Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Leiyu arrive, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse nodded towards them familiarly. Knowing that Fang Yuan had come to collect immortal materials again, he smiled and handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received the Gu worm and held it in his hand, pretending to look at the list of immortal materials inside, while scheming in his mind. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wandao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 3 days ago to attack the demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land. They have not returned yet. This is an opportunity, I might as well use it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse said enthusiastically, "Sir Xing Xiang Zi, whatever immortal materials you want, you can take them. Leader has already instructed us, you only need to register them. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." But the moment he said so, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at the immortal zombie. "What burden do I have? Why would I have any psychological burden? I'm fine." Fang Yuan was unkempt, his hair was disheveled, he had an extremely irritated expression. Seeing him like this, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse immediately knew that Fang Yuan's Gu refinement had definitely failed. This immortal zombie was dazed, thinking, "I really deserve it, why am I being so talkative?" Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me? He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fang Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time he mumbled, "Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why?" Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Leiyu glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo. Why can't I succeed? Feng Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time, I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed. The three immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Feng Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many Gu immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal Gu, they paid a huge price but still gained nothing and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades or even centuries go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you two pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Feng Yuan's words shocked the three immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Yin Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place. Fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demoness had told them to look after Feng Yuan, it was naturally to protect him. Hearing Feng Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, "What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir. You don't need to take the risk." What do you know? Feng Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us. Dr. Yin Xian smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Feng Yuan did not care about his sincerity, he waved his arms and shouted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining Gu, I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus." Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus? Sir, don't be impatient, let me check. Dr. Yin Xian immediately said. He also had information path Gu worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Yin Xian's face. He retracted his mind and said to Feng Yuan, Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6, is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it. Feng Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Yin Xian's nose and scolding, Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus, Star Night Mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then shouted anxiously, Earth Shell Snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star Night mucus will be processed on the spot. I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into Star Night mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards. Chapter 938. Earth Shell Snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench, they were only suitable to live there. According to Feng Yuan, to collect the Star Night mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth Shell Snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth Shell Snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the Star Night mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high and the danger was also very high. Earth Shell Snails had a docile nature, it was not hard to get close to them, one could even stand on their back and make light attacks, this desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the Earth Shell Snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep, the place where the Earth Shell Snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the Earth Shell Snails lived many strong fierce beasts, groups of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live, do you understand? Fang Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan brought out Blazing Heaven Demoness, these two immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Yin Xian said to Fang Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first, we cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night Mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fang Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. The Starry Night Mucus was developed by Fang Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, it could also be used to refine other Star Path Immortal Gu. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night Mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the Guts Gu. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night Sticky Saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to Guts Gu. In the hands of Refinement Path or Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed behind to accompany Fang Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow, with a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain Gu formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the Information Path Gu formation. Using the Information Path Gu formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would obstruct him. In fact, Fang Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demoness would agree. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Gu would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demoness did not want Fang Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting Fang Yuan. After all, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main focus was on how to attack the demonic path Gu immortals that were leaving Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to obstruct them from collecting Gu refinement immortal materials and teach old ancestor Shuehu a lesson. If Blazing Heaven Demoness does this, it will be more in line with my intentions. After all, I will go deep into Earth Trench and have more guards, it will be safer. When I get close to the inheritance, I will shake them off. If there are not many guards, it will be easier to shake them off. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to Fang Yuan's idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to protect Fang Yuan. Among them, there were 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. It was a strong lineup that slightly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. It showed Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. After waiting for another 2 days, the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal Gu to deal with this mission. As local tyrants, no one was more familiar with this Earth Trench than them. After making sufficient preparations, the group of people finally set off. What was worth mentioning was that Earth Trenches were not limited to Northern Plains. In fact, all 5 regions had Earth Trenches. Earth Trenches were formed on the ground. Some Earth Trenches stretched for millions of li, some were millions of feet deep, bottomless. It was one of the most majestic natural wonders in the Gu Master world. Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench had always been guarded by Zombie Alliance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trenches were rich in resources and had many desolate beasts. Back then, Dark Flow Giant City was built here to occupy this rich resource point of Earth Trench. Everyone knew that Northern Plains cultivation resources were lacking compared to the other 4 regions. But Earth Trenches were deep underground, they had vast space and abundant resources. The only flaw was that the desolate beasts and desolate plants inside were very fierce and powerful. There were countless of them. Normally, only super forces could control resource points like Earth Trenches. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch was like this. Central Continent's Demon Expelling Sect was also like this. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force with 3 Gu immortals guarding it. The Earth Trench they controlled was called Anzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. At night, Fang Yuan and the rest passed through the entrance and went deep into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He naturally did not move stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He could be said to be walking openly and openly. The giant trench was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. It silently opened in the thick darkness. Fang Yuan and the rest entered it. The trench gradually expanded by tens of times, to 100 times. After flying for several minutes, the interior of Earth Trench was already so vast that it could contain 70 to 80 dark flow giant cities. In the deep darkness there were only flickering lights. Most of the cliffs on both sides were bare and steep. There were only a few needle-like plants on the surface like sesame seeds. How deep was this Earth Trench? No one knew. Even the immortal zombies who had controlled this place for so many years had never found the true bottom of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was rich in resources. But the number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts was unheard of. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch did not have the strength to advance. They could only try their best to control the area that was 150,000 feet from the surface. In today's world, although the human race has stood tall for a long time, fully deserving of being the overlord of the races, but they could not enter any corner of nature. Compared to the grandeur of nature, the human race seemed insignificant. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even the powerful immortal venerables and demon venerables could only understand 1 or 2 of the laws of heaven and earth to the extreme. Humans were still an unreachable distance away from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. The group gradually went deeper. The Earth Trench was huge. It made Fang Yuan and the rest look tiny. At this point, they were already 150,000 feet from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was endless darkness. It silently devoured everything. Everyone was silent. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings silently, using the corner of his eyes to observe the immortal zombies. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7s. 3 rank 6s. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, including Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie. His name was Lin Danyao. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained some information about them. He did not know nothing about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was the first. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the one with the strongest battle strength in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he could use his immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, part of the reason for Dragon Commander Yi Cha's fame. Immortal zombies' immortal apertures were already dead, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha still had a way to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. This was quite puzzling. Countless immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie, Granny Yuan, specialized in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, from his title, he was a healing Gu immortal. He naturally could not compare to Tai Bai Yunxing, but he was very skilled in healing immortal zombies. Landlord Lei Yu specialized in offense. He had vast attacks and a grand aura. The final immortal zombie, Lin Danyao, controlled flying beasts. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had spent a lot of effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could protect Fang Yuan, while Dr. Yin Xian could heal Fang Yuan's injuries at the crucial moment and save Fang Yuan's life. If they encountered a desolate beast group and the immortals could not match them, Lin Danyao could sacrifice his birds to stall for time for the immortals to retreat. The deeper they went, the wider the Earth Trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides. There was a huge space in the middle. Birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Lin Danyao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the Earth Trench, Lin Danyao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly. Our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fang Yuan did not change his expression. He was very patient. After a while, Lin Danyao suddenly said, "There is a Yiksha octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very strong. A rank 6 Yiksha octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials. That was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now, they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the earth trench. They crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence, they were everywhere, it was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Fang Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. Chapter 939. Amidst the silence, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into Earth Trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. We cannot go any deeper. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said, "At this depth, the Earth Shell Snail is active. We need to explore the surroundings." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Fang Yuan and the rest formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Fang Yuan used time aid luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. Very good. Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Wuxia octopuses. I need to deal with the snail's saliva. I need to use starlight. It will most likely alert these Wuxia octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest. Everyone's expressions sank. Why didn't you say so earlier? Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion. Dr. Yin Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. That is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Wuxia octopuses first. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yi Cha had to compromise. Then we will kill these Wuxia octopuses first. Xing Xiangzi will take action. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Danyao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Yin Xian, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yi Cha was soon done with the arrangements. Fang Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Wuxia octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Wuxia octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while, the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha suddenly said to Fang Yuan, Xing Xiangzi, you should also make a move. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Wuxia octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, starlight shined brightly. Fang Yuan's attacks were relentless. Soon this dying Wuxia octopus was killed. Next he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Wuxia octopus was half man half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Wuxia octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Fang Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yiksha octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Lin Danyao controlled the birds to stall the Yiksha octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fang Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yiksha octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yicha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yiksha octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yiksha octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yicha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Fang Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Fang Yuan alone, he might not be Fang Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Fang Yuan started to collect the Star Knight mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon the earth shell snail stopped squirming, its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In earth trench, there were not only the Yiksha octopus. There were bat desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milk grass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey, the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth shell snails. 2 of them. Fang Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much Star Knight mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast Scarlet Flame Snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of earth trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Fang Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yiksha octopuses ahead. Stop advancing, there are many Yiksha octopuses, there are at least 30 of them. Lin Danyao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yicha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yiksha octopuses controlling them. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it. He could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later, they found the 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell. Its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of earth trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin Danyao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. So Xingxiangzi, you can use your methods freely. Fang Yuan nodded. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. He recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close, they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here, they will not be able to move. They will starve to death. Earth shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast-level earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in. He screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Fang Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell onto the cliffs, his legs were stuck in the soil, he had a panicked expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape. Fang Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. Don't fly. Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. But by the time he spoke it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth hose suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew. The mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth, it could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fang Yuan shouted, "Someone save me." The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful. The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth, they are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked, they attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demoness? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon, it would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm, they attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he turned into a Yiksha octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later he successfully lured the furious Yiksha octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yiksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xing Xiangzi was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach, he could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yiksha octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yiksha octopuses, there were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yiksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yiksha octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yiksha octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged. What was going on? But they had to save Xing Xiangzi first. Persevere. Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders, they could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Coho did not hide under the heavy soil belt, instead it went berserk, its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on, they could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Coho's flesh was torn. Originally the situation was very clear. Even though the Coho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yi Cha and company's match. But the Yiksha octopuses came to disrupt the situation, it became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you, they restrained each other, the situation was chaotic. The Yiksha octopuses had the most numbers, they surrounded the immortal zombies and the Coho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xing Xiangzi, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yiksha octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Yiksha octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Yiksha octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Yiksha octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Yiksha octopus. The Yiksha octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trenches black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fang Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha can raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret also made Fang Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, it was filled with death energy, it was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yi Cha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time. Oh. Before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area, it quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fang Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Yiksha octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the wall 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Yiksha octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat, they would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses were happy to do this, there were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fang Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yiksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories, their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds, he could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into 2 from top to bottom, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Yiksha octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Yiksha octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fang Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fang Yuan bypassed them one by one even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yiksha octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yiksha octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Yiksha octopus left. Several desolate beast Yiksha octopus. If Yiksha octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed but there were still no clues. Fang Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal. It was not just some light effects, the aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fang Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Fang Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fang Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here there was a Yiksha octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Yiksha octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yiksha octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Yiksha octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Yiksha octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent. They would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo, no matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Yiksha octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Yiksha octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Yiksha octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Yiksha octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. He walked around Yiksha octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Yiksha octopus was a pile of white bones, there was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind shook. It is here. The Dao marks here are leaking, this is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon, Fang Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation I need to use goo worms, there will be a huge commotion. It seems that I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he picked up a bone and moved away from Yiksha octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Yiksha octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Yiksha octopuses that were guarding their home swarmed over. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now Yiksha octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan used every second he had to unravel the space path goo formation. The Yiksha octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave, Fang Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fang Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it he would need months. Chapter 941. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole it would take about a month. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Wuxia octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man. Every second counts. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Wuxia octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had not reached Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Wuxia octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. The Wuxia octopus king returned to its residence and first scanned the place. It felt something was amiss. When Fang Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Wuxia octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fang Yuan gradually faded. Wuxia octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time it did not sleep, its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Wuxia octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fang Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fang Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state. This was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fang Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment. The matter of him collapsing 88 Jianghu Tower would be exposed. By then the whole world would chase after him. Who immortal blessed land would definitely be lost, he would have to treat star form blessed land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Wuxia octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Fang Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like in 88 Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Fang Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 Gu immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Fang Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal Gu dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew that this number was huge, extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge Gu formation's value is even higher. This huge Gu formation's value is even higher. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge Gu formation. In this Gu formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge Gu formation, otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this Gu formation I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a Gu formation to a certain extent. It could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this Gu formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved. It is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Fang Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. The sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers. They looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials. He started to fly in the air, searching. Time passed minute by minute. The joy on Fang Yuan's face slowly faded. The feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all. It is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bee needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Feng Yuan peach grows, there must be snake-tail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here there are only immortal material plants. There is not even a worm. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Fang Yuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Fang Yuan's feet. How can this be? Fang Yuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic, they could no longer be used. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Dao marks. When the Dao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all, it is completely silent. A chill rose in Fang Yuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Dao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Fang Yuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant goo formation that created this place must be very strange. If I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire goo formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Chapter 942. Swoosh. Fang Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fang Yuan did not even look at them. These, dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fang Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fang Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fang Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead, immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkle down with the wind. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fang Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fang Yuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants and there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago in the auction that Qin Baisheng organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now in front of Fang Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in twos and threes, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling moon heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark centipede, ice spike divine ape, white hoof ink dragon, nine palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Fang Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains unique coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas magnificent smoke turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from the 5 regions. It could be said to have everything. This is a ruined bat. Fang Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruined bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruined bat that Fang Yuan saw in Northern Plains Taichio. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be Remnant Heavenly Hound? Fang Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen Remnant Heavenly Hound personally, he had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Of course at rank 9, they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a super organization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions. Only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, they were also continuous, they would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life he had attacked Hu immortal blessed land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who was the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life, during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Fang Yuan knew this. Or rather, every superorganization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and above board, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. That is, Fang Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand, there were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers. There was no wind or sound, it was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu Formation, a terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of metal path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee, this was a creature recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. They were all the size of a leopard, the markings on their bodies were like tiger stripes, gold with black spots. They were extremely powerful, even verdant great sun was not its match. And the honey wine made from it was sweet but not greasy, it was fragrant and delicious, it was an absolute delicacy in the world. If it was a leopard-sized bee, this wing would be perfect. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled bitterly. He was not sure. His past knowledge was extremely narrow and shallow in this place. He casually picked up the wasp wing or cicada wing. An unexpected scene occurred. This cicada wing left the purple sand and was undamaged. It did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was surprised and happy. This was an immemorial desolate beast's body part. It was a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even emit the light of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, this was a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu immortal material. Chapter 943. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks, the light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in Gu refinement, he understood one thing: the reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Dao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Dao marks a Gu worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal Gu, it was to extract the required Dao marks from countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand had a lot of Dao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu had tens of thousands of times more Dao marks than rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee, it mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal Gu, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal Gu now. Fang Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this goo formation, I finally have some gains. Fang Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief, entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous B wings. It was slightly inferior and did not produce a halo of Dao marks. Fang Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Fang Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Could this be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he activated his goo worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly, it floated away from Fang Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Fang Yuan's body shook and then he was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions, it was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with the phoenix bloodline, it was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in White Heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special, it was not made of ordinary flesh and blood, it was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 cloud path immortal goo more than 10 times. The discovery of the cloud phoenix fragment confirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire purple sand desolate land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The Dao marks covered most of the goo paths. Among them there were 3 immortal materials that contained rich star path and wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal goo. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could completely abandon blazing heaven demonis and refine goo on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, star thought immortal goo's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the light of wisdom path to use. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The goo immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this purple sand desolate land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the goo immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal goo. But unfortunately, the goo refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path goo formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the goo refinement were destroyed, only these fragments were left. No matter who it was or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge goo formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place, nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui who knew that Fang Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fang Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 fortune immortal goo, Even though Mahong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Xuehu's demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal, or perhaps Gu Immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him, he had a new feeling. Sigh. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the Gu formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance there was nothing here. But under Fang Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of Gu formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound Gu formation. Such an exquisite arrangement, it must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path Gu formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and even phantom path Gu formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Fang Yuan did not know much about this, he only heard that food path was best at feeding Gu worms. The supplementary food path Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation required countless Gu worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still Gu formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path Gu formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Fang Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path Gu formation? As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path Gu formation to survive. Fang Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Tai Chiu, Dongfang Naginori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fang Yuan would not have been able to recognize this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these Gu formations survived the explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path Gu formations. They also set up many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, refining Gu worms is much easier, it saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is said to be the #1 Gu refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is a compound Gu formation with a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path Gu formations. But these Gu formations were very superficial, after all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects he would definitely be mediocre. Chapter 944. The Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Xuehu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a goo formation. In order to set up this goo formation, old ancestor Shui who personally invited the number 1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Minglu. Sun Minglu was a righteous path goo immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shui who knew that he could not be forced, he put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shui who used Lady Wanshou to convince Sun Minglu. Although Sun Minglu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shui who set up a refinement path goo formation for his beloved wife, he was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains goo immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent goo immortals. He set up a goo formation and prevented the Central Continent goo immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually the goo formation was broken and Sun Minglu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Minglu had detailed records of old ancestor Shui whose invitations. According to the remains of the goo formation, this goo formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Minglu had set up 12 layers of compound goo formations. He was publicly recognized as the number 1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The goo immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme martial grandmaster. The realm above great grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, long hair ancestor, old immortal Kongju, and old eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food path goo formation, phantom path goo formation, metal path goo formation, strength path goo formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the goo formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these goo formations they were on the verge of death. Mortal goo that were struggling at death's door, there was not a single immortal goo. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal goo. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path goo formations could not feed the immortal goo. In the following period of time, the immortal goo starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path goo formation. This was the 7th wisdom path goo formation he had found. The goo formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this goo formation. In this goo formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path goo formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path goo formation. He was very careful because this wisdom path goo formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fang Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple wisdom path goo formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small goo formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the goo formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this goo formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years or even 1,000 years, I will be refining goo here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus I asked Yellow to add this small goo formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This goo formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine goo, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 soul path immortal goo. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal goo recipes. There was an accident when I was refining goo today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul immortal goo recipe, but I refined an immortal goo with unknown effects. Although it is also a soul path immortal goo, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed. Even the main refinement path Gu formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, yellow came to fix all the Gu formations. I can refine Gu now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant Gu immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that soul path immortal Gu. So this is the effect of an immortal Gu. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are yellow, azure, purple, green, a total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fang Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the Gu formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the Gu formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today I found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a Gu immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kongju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Haha, as expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in rule path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death, with death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture death land is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fang Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy, there were no tribulations or calamities, it was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world, it will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Wuxia octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined as the surrounding darkness faded. The jade light flashed and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fang Yuan who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel. And this place was specially set up when he explored the Wuxia octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was not high, he could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly worked trying to get rid of these traces. But soon there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Wuxia octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Wuxia octopus has returned? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly before the Wuxia octopus arrived, he got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Wuxia octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high, it was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Wuxia octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench, it was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round, only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few hundred pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies, it had no intelligence, it would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Tao marks on the mouth serpent's body, thus Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength. But they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight, it only burrowed into the ground to escape. battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Minglu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions, they were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time or had a fortuitous encounter. The Mouth Serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly, thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the Mouth Serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The Mouth Serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The Mouth Serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light, they were in a sorry state, they had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xing Xiangzi lost his life, how can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we have already tried our best. We chased after the Mouth Serpent, we passed through 5 fierce beast territories, 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment, that Mouth Serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi has no chance of survival, we cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly, only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group, he was the leader. Xing Xiangzi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone we finally meet. Fang Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi. Dr. Yin Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same, even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fang Yuan. How did you escape? Soon, an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason, I am ashamed. After I fell into the Mouth Serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth. But there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the Mouth Serpent. During the chaotic battle, the Mouth Serpent's body was destroyed, and Xing Xiangzi escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xing Xiangzi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yi Cha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good, do we continue to search for Star Knight Mucus? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time, we will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later. Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path Gu formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Fang Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface he was using the Gu formation to process the Gu refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of Gu worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person, even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench. Its origin was mysterious. Fang Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Fang Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival Method, Man as Before Immortal Gu, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Gu to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Fang Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Fang Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Fang Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull Gu, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal Gu. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Fang Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal Gu, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal Gu? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal Gu, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Fang Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Fang Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless Gu immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most Gu immortals, then from now on, the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Gu immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Gu immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Gu immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the Gu immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials. Immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials. Because the environment here was unique. He had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal according to the Gu immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly. much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the blazing heaven demoness even if they couldn't obtain it. However, every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation. Accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortals' strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth, they were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Fang Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many fire path Tao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the woodpath Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a woodpath calamity and tribulation. In the end, the woodpath Tao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortals' cultivation. Fang Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously, they had to improve greatly at every stage, they had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Tao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortals' cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation. On the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly, there was no hope of progress, it was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu immortal strength would snowball, the more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation. After modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era, there were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used. It was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded, traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward, history is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science, it develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kongju. He used rule path limitless demon venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fang Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different Gu worms. For example, Fang Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and all sorts of supplementary Gu to construct a multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope Gu to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment Gu and also exertion Gu. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fang Yuan planned in his mind, disappointment Gu and exertion Gu only require mortal Gu, they are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here, I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fang Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with, it had 5,180,000 km2 of land, compared to the 5 regions time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2, it could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2, it could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was rich in resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fang Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the Gu formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Tao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Tao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui Hu would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded. If he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques. Although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Fang Yuan. There was only one reason: he had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Fang Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guiyue Desolatine physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today at this moment he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Fang Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Fang Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fang Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of Giant Sun Immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies and create a high-grade Blessed Land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of information path, his attainment was very low, he could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the information path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness strategy was indeed very wise. These last days she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic Path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic Path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with, it was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shuehu was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shuehu's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point, she focused on Old Ancestor Shuehu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shuehu's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wanshou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shuehu attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughing stock of Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then she even destroyed a 9 heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together, its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shuehu had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shuehu had high battle strength in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shuehu had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice, he could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently, the quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them, he kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness help, Fang Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow Central Continent Gu immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the Immortal Zombie's Dead Aperture, Moving Perspective Cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father, he was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a super-force He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core Immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the Central Continent Gu Immortals divided Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The Immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others, they had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent Gu Immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times, He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Cheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu Immortal they needed numbers, it was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body, some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally he was suave and handsome, but now his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size. Like a startled venomous snake, he curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you? He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu Immortals, He Cheng might have a chance to live, although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, He Cheng would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Cheng, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of He Cheng. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Cheng would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Don't look at me like that. He Cheng roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. I, the dignified He Cheng, don't need anyone's pity. Oh. A gust of wind blew and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. Good wind, good scenery, this nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Cheng, to die. He Cheng sneered, he could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fang Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die. He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger, she took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant there was a thunderous explosion in the air, an intense fist wind blew. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Cheng would definitely die on the spot. Escape. He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed, she quickly chased after him. But He Cheng was extremely fast, in just a few breaths of time he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Cheng lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an Immortal Killer move for He Cheng to increase his strength. This Immortal Killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now He Cheng turned into a Shadow Snake and escaped, it was one of the Immortal Killer moves he used. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan jumped out, the surrounding grass grew rapidly, countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. He Cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had never exposed Xing Xiangzi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As He Cheng escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious, she transmitted to Fang Yuan, quickly stop him. Fang Yuan immediately revealed himself, the true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned, she could see clearly that with Fang Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Cheng. The truth was Fang Yuan did not want to stop He Cheng. He had fought with He Cheng before but times had changed, the situation was different now. He Cheng was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness, as long as he was alive, he could make use of He Cheng. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Cheng's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let He Cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles, he looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly, "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fang Yuan. Iron Crown Eagle strength activated, Fang Yuan's speed rose rapidly, he flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer, he quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, he only had rank 5 Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an Immortal Goo, it could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fang Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today he encountered such a good thing but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Cheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Cheng. He Cheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fang Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Fang Yuan harassing him, He Cheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Cheng was suppressed. Fang Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Cheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought He Cheng 3 times. The battle strength that Fang Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Cheng was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open. A huge bronze hand grabbed at He Cheng from all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Cheng at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Cheng looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Jin Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of He tribe had arrived. Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom. With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe who were inside the Bronze Giant shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, "He tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters?" The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body, "Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Cheng and He Lulan are members of our He tribe. Our He tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful." Then another voice said, Heaven blazing demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shuehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ah. Blazing heaven demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, Old ancestor Shuehu's matter is not something you 4 He tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter? What do you mean? The shocked voices of the 4 He tribe elders came from inside the bronze giant. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. Big sister. Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The blazing heaven demoness laughter came to a stop as she stared at the bronze giant. A ball of flame ignited on the bronze giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the bronze giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, fire prison. Amidst the flames, the bronze giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He tribe elders that formed the bronze giant were astonished. When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Ching Ching couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against. However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power. Or effect resonance. Angry bird and fire prison, these 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The blazing sky demoness first used the angry bird to bombard the bronze giant before using fire prison, immediately trapping Ching Ching unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the fire prison first, blazing heaven demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the 4 elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the fire prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The angry bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing heaven demoness used these fire path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated fire prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Gu immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So blazing heaven demoness fire path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire path great grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing heaven demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Lishan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal battlefield killer move, Pear Garden and Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Lishan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Lishan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Lishan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me it is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's pear garden in mountain is similar to Hataru, it has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Dao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden in Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden in Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Fang Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden in Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Umph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom. 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times, 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it, her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand her father, He Cheng, was imprisoned. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Cheng, and it was also targeted at him, Fang Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fang Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Fang Yuan had asked Fairy Li Shan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xing Xiangzi has been exposed. Since He Lulan already knows that I have Star Path Cultivation with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken Star Form Blessed Land for myself. He Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant, there is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that He Lolan's great aunt has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lolan's aunt. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Fang Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fang Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal goo, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 goo immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong Fang Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? This shows that they do not want to take my life, they have other motives. As for what they were after, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fang Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves in Ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The ground trembled and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is... He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom. Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Li Shan mainly cultivated Information Path, while dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Goo Immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense, only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it, the deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the goo formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless goo worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Qing, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. Hei Qing wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Li Shan's hands. Let him go. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back, like they were floating out of the water. They turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense with the amplification of the ancient battle formation. It displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing heaven demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Hei Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing heaven demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing heaven demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. Hei Qing was acting as Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling Hei Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu immortal was kidnapped by someone else. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach blazing heaven demoness a lesson. In the future they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. Hei Tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If Hei Qing was kidnapped, Hei Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. Hei Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than blazing heaven demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. Hei Tribe's Gu immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including blazing heaven demoness. Damn it. Our headquarters cannot be lost, the blessed land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by blazing heaven demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. Hey, tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing heaven demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fang Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fang Yuan had occupied star-form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you, I am willing to do anything for you, keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Qing struggled to get up, he had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing heaven demoness removed the fire chains from the others, only He Qing was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fang Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Qing as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Qing knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to tell you all of He tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Qing turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness, "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian heir, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." He tribe was a super force, it had a long history, their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals, they were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited, after He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. "After you sing I will appear," He Qing begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully he had He Fan's inheritance, He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want, I have already restrained He Qing, he is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me." He Qing knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. "You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques, you were able to live until now because I asked Jianghu to protect you, you cannot deny this." He Lulan looked down at He Qing, seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then she fiercely kicked He Qing. "I will only ask you one question." He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know." He Qing seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath, her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, "Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end?" He Qing was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up, he was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Qing's muddy hair. His eyes turned red, the scenes of him and Su Xian heir loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But, I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob, 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 sob. After answering, Hei-ching no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. Hei Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as Hei-cheng's intermittent sobbing. Hei-cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Feng Yuan only knew, since ancient times no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of Hei Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, Hei Lulan's mother. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left Hei Lulan a sum of immortal essence as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, Hei Lulan was able to activate immortal goo even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. Hei Lulan lowered her head, looking at Hei-ching indifferently as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind Hei Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolan, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good," Hei Lulan said as she walked towards Hei-cheng. Next she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said, Hei-cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under Hei Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty Hei-cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next, she looked at Hei Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die. I'm not that weak." Xiaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding Hei Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards Hei Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter." A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qin. Mother. Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right? Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Huang don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from the legends of Ren Zhu. It was said that Ren Zhu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Ren Zhu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Sun was like this. His daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time Self-Gu in Ren Zhu's heart spoke. "Oh human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Ren Zhu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Sun onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Sun will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Ren Zhu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Ren Zhu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong, his muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Ren Zhu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Ren Zhu felt it was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body but you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Ren Zhu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my Fear Gu." Fear Gu? Ren Zhu took a step back, his expression changing. Once Fear Gu appeared, Ren Zhu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly before saying to the beastman, "I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Ren Zhu. "Oh human, you dare to look down on my Fear Gu, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the Fear Gu directly entered Ren Zhu's heart. Ren Zhu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Ren Zhu would scream in fear. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Ren Zhu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day he would go into caves or hide under the shade of trees. Fear Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of leaves. Thus Ren Zhu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of snakes. In the end, Ren Zhu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Ren Zhu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Ren Zhu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by Fear Gu, he could not move far. When Fear Gu understood Ren Zhu's goal, it made Ren Zhu afraid of death. Ren Zhu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Ren Zhu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed, "Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." That's right. Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang no matter what the result is, Please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate, I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I'm Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? Such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically, the other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents, there would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jioga deeply, she naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child, Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him, she could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now He Cheng's soul was also captured, he would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture, I will take it out temporarily. Little Lan, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy, her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, no rush, I am waiting for someone. Oh. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. It's me. A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Shuehu. He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry, she had a surprised expression. The person had an old face but he was in good spirits, his snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now his aura was concealed, there was no aura left, he was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Shuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Shuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness had a calm expression. Shuehu, your gains were good, right? Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded, saying slowly, even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Cheng, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Shuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials, he plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely, they are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Shuehu to deal with He tribe? Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Shuehu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Shuehu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Shuehu's weakness. Old Ancestor Shuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them. But most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Shuehu waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie, it was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Shuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal Gu. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal Gu. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shuehu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal Gu in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shuehu is a trustworthy person. Then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shuehu's eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that He tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the Blessed Land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shuehu did not even glance at He Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shuehu were still locked in battle, but now they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shuehu was known as the #1 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing, there was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu immortals would not do this. Gu immortals wanted to develop themselves well because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like old ancestor Shui Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against old ancestor Shui Hu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that old ancestor Shui Hu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it old ancestor Shui Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body. And the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered Hay Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Superforce Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say Hay Tribe was the most wrong party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of Hay Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Shui Hu had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Now let's talk about you, Fang Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name and no longer called him Xing Xiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you three have to say. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against Hay Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back so that their plans would succeed. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star-Thought Immortal Gu? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality? The relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fang Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fang Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fang Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her third sister change her name to Su Xian'er and purposely got close to He Cheng before entering He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian'er fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian'er's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian'er did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth in He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xian'er fell in love with He Cheng. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian'er to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity. She started to plot. Fang Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fang Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal goo. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo. It was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal goo was something that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal goo, it had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal goo for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Fang Yuan. She was shocked by Fang Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial 9 Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's immortal goo refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal goo, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. The any immortal goo was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal goo in your possession. Return the immortal goo to Little Lan, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago, it would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal goo. The goo worm was already refined by Fang Yuan, he only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal goo in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path goo immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream, even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it, there was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then when Fang Yuan saved He Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and He Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, he was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dong Fang Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shuihu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. He Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunxing. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fang Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 goo immortal. Capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shuihu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shuihu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the blazing heaven demoness a little impatient and she urged, Fang Yuan, if you have any requests you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer blazing heaven demoness' question. Instead, he asked, did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star thought immortal goo? Blazing heaven demoness smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing heaven demoness answered, that's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing heaven demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued, I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's spirits rose. Blazing heaven demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path goo immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing heaven demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this is not a problem. Blazing heaven demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the blazing heaven demoness, so Fang Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary strength path immortal zombie corpses. And in northern plains, who could be more capable than blazing heaven demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fang Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful strength path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new strength path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of strength path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented blazing heaven demoness from refusing. The blazing heaven demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shuehu had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then blazing heaven demoness contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestor Shuehu made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard. Against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shuehu also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing heaven demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Shuehu, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fang Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing heaven demoness shook her head, saying to Fang Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of zombie alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number? If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a Strength Path Immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of Strength Path Immortal zombies obtained by Fang Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine Gu 3 times, Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return Self-Strength Immortal Gu to you on the spot. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next word surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used Gu worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven Immortal Zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, the time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way. I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal Gu immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier. Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier he did not care about it because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Fang Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal Gu immortal, my remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom Gu will not be able to be used, because even under the light of wisdom my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once, it cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal Gu immortal. That would be great. I can use Wisdom Gu even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out a mortal Gu, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal Gu that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Fang Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal Gu had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was Lifespan Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Fang Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This Lifespan Gu can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use Wisdom Gu freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan Gu. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests. Rather than saying that they were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fang Yuan. Facing this huge temptation while Fang Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Fang Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ah! Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the Guts Gu business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of Guts Gu. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunxing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal Gu to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fang Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal Gu, or the deduction of incomplete immortal Gu recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Fang Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the Guts Gu trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fang Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, the Guts Gu trade might expand. Third, Fang Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunxing for help, the latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel it was the same. Fang Yuan would not lend immortal Gu, at most he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan agreed to the 5th request. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.